Hi, chat. Hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, gamers. It's your boy, Chase Wakayami, your Shadow Monica Flames turned E-Boy VTuber, competitive variety streamer. In chat, today I'm gonna actually contribute to the competitive part. We're actually gonna learn stuff. We're gonna learn stuff, chat. W learning. I know, for a card game player, crazy. Reading technically has been optional. Now, is that necessarily the correct thing to do? No. But is it something that we all are guilty of? Yes. So, you know, we do what we can, right? We do what we can. And we're gonna actually improve at the video game. How about that, chat? Okay. What is... No. No. No, that's not... What is this one? Oh, right. Don't need that, no. Okay, so let's see. I would like an image. And then if I go over here, and then I put it in this folder, boom. Boom. Alright, chat. It's study time. We're gonna study in the gamer classroom with the gamer chair, if you will. Although, one thing I would like to do, just for funny. Can I... Oops, that's not what I wanted. What I wanted was to have it kind of do a little silly thing where it would, like, be a little faded or something, but man, it's fine. Oh, I fixed the aspect ratio of it. That's fine, I guess. I guess that works. Interesting. I have no idea. That's crazy looking. Whoa. You really can see the details if you sharpen it, huh? That's it. That's funny. Alrighty, that's fine. Alright, but chat, let's go over all the materials that I need to at least be looking at. Let's see. So, for the Rules Helper exam, all you need for the Rules Helper is complete a basic ruling test, a multiple choice questionnaire covering various aspects of the game, over 25 questions, score of 80% or higher. Note that if you fail basic ruling tests, you cannot take it again for 2 weeks, so you'd better get studied. Well, that's what this is for. Excellent, Chef. Being a rules helper, it signifies proficiency with the rules of the game. To answer most questions that might come up at a local tournament, it also grants you access to the judges' Discord. Yippee! Also, the main hub for questions and a snazzy role in the official Discord. Yay! Fun. Love that. Documents for rules helpers need to master are the how to play guide and the individual judge training. Excellent. Alright. Do I have the how? There we go. So this is the effects module, casting module, as well as the battle phase module, and the complete rules reference. But first, let's go over the how to play guide. Okay. Yippee! The how to play guide. Introduction. Welcome to Elestrals, a game of monsters, magic, and mythology. You have been chosen as a champion of the gods, blessed with the ability to bond with the mythical Elestrals. Together with your companions, learn to cast powerful spells using elemental spirits in your fight for the honor of the Pantheon. As a chosen mortal, you'll need to both be courageous and cunning to claim victory and attain immortality. Your Elestrals will help you master the forces of nature, cast runes, and even wield mighty artifacts and weapons of the gods themselves. Do you have what it takes? Let's find out. Okay, so most of this stuff is the general basics of the game, which is great, because that we understand. So, spirits. In Game of Illustrious, spirits are your spirit cards are your most important resource. They are your health and also the fuel used to play while playing cards. And you're attacking and as well as attacking your opponent. Knowing when to use your spirits and when to save them is key strategy. There are 8 types of spirits. Most decks have a mix of different types, and the Elestrals and runes that you cast often need specific spirits or even combinations. Which, of course, we have Teratlas, Vapyro, Leviathan, Zaptor, Lycaris, Flaremine, Luminape, and Owloon for Earth, Fire, Water, Thunder, Wind, Frost, Solar, and Lunar, respectively. Mm-hmm. So, identifying a spirit in the spirit deck. Of course, we have the different name, the spirit type, the elemental symbol appropriately, as well as the set number. Spirits start the game in the spirit deck. You choose spirits to remove whenever you cast an Elestral or Rune card, or to your underworld when you expend them, usually in battle. Attacking your opponent will make them expend spirits. If they run out and have to expend again, then you win. Elestral. Identifying Elestral. Of course, you have the name of the Elestral, any titles if they have any. Enchantment cost, the attack and defense on the left and the right, respectively. Of course, the effect text, the rarity indicator. Forgot about that. I always forget which one's which. The rarity, the subclasses, if there are any. Or, there's subclasses, but these subclasses, whether or not there's multiple subclasses. And the set number. Your Elestrals defend your spirits from your opponent and let you attack them back. Excuse me. Having strong Elestrals on your field is key to victory. Each one has its own powerful effect as well as attack and defense stats to determine how they do in battle. An Elestral's enchantment cost shows how many spirits it needs. If your Elestral ever has fewer spirits than this, it is sent to the underworld after the current change. If it has the right number of spirits but the wrong elemental type, then it is, quote, enchanted. It stays on the field and can still use its attack and defense in battles, but its effect is removed. An Elestral's effect is beneath its stats. Effects on Elestrals and runes fall into three main categories: active, conditional, or passive. Active, active effects start with a you can or a you must and let you take an action once per turn. You can only use them during your main or in your main phase unless they say to use them during a different phase. This would be something like uh don't poke the bear that you use in battle phase, basically. Sometimes they will tell you to play a cost or pay a cost in order to perform the action. Conditional effects start with and when they when, and then describe an in-game event. Each time that event happens, you can activate this effect afterwards, even if it happens 2 or more times in the same turn. Conditional sometimes have costs as well. The conditional effects, the when, would be like our Humbust and our funny little mill deck that we were playing on Friday. Passive effects often start with while, but are sometimes just sentences that announce something that's true. Usually they can change a game rule, or a player can start or can't do something, or change an illustrative stats. Which is an example of that one? Let me take a look at the card, the old card catalog. Oh, okay. So some of the passive effects, like as long as this Paracne is enchanted, Elestrals cannot attack the turn they are cast, unless they are fire enchanted, or Centaurber. While Full Life Force is enchanted, this Centaurber cannot be targeted by Invoke runes. Those are the passive ones. Okay. Cool. Runes, of course, have their name, the enchantment cost, the rune type, the effect, rarity, set. Perfect. Understand that part quite well. Your runes unleash magic that can strengthen your Elestrals, weaken others, draw cards, or even directly damage your opponent. Each has an enchantment cost, just like the Elestrals do. Some runes use the Omni symbol. They can be cast using any of the spirits. The generic spirit item. There are 5 types of runes: invoke, counter. Wait, I'm silly. Hold on. There are 5 types of runes. Invoke and counter runes are instant, while artifact, divine, and stadium runes are continual. Instant. Runes have a powerful effect on the game when you cast them, and they are sent to the underworld along with the spirits enchanting them. Counter runes are unique because they have to be set face down a turn, but after that can be cast them. You can cast them on any player's turn. Continuous. Runes have active, conditional, or passive effects, can be misenchanted, and remain on the field until they are destroyed, or have too few spirits like Elestrals. Artifacts are also sent to the underworld if the Elestral empowering them leaves the field for any reason. Artifact runes strengthen an Elestral. Divine runes let you disenchant a spirit once per turn to channel the god's power, and a stadium rune changes the field for everyone's Elestral. Zones I think this stuff should be pretty easy. Right? Zones. Each player has a number of zones for their cards. At the start of the game, put your spirit deck in your main deck in the bottom corners of your play space. Your underworld is above your main deck and starts empty, and the rest of your playing spaces are the parts of the field. The field is divided into a matching set of zones for each player. A row for Elestrals, a row for runes, and a one slot for a stadium. If a card or a rule refers to your field, that's a shortcut to mean the zones of the field you control. Perfect. Obviously, the front row, the back row, the stadium, and the underworld. And of course, the main and spirit decks. In the top left there is a stadium slot where your stadium ring goes. Stadiums cannot be set or turned face down, and only one can exist at a time. If any player casts a stadium when there's already one enchanted, the old one gets sent to the underworld so the new one can enter the field. In the top right of your field is your underworld. Cards are placed here in a face-up pile when they are discarded, destroyed, expended, or if a rule sends them there for any other reason. You can look through this pile and ask to look through your opponents at any time you wish. Between those are the 4 slots for your Elestrals and for your Elestrals row. Any Elestral you play go there, along with the spirits enchanting them. If all 4 slots are filled on your field, then you can ascend an Elestral, but you can't cast any new one. Spirit deck goes in the bottom left corner. Your spirit deck goes in the bottom left next to your field. It isn't shuffled since you can look through your spirit deck at any time. You cast a card or expend spirits whenever you want. Main deck goes in the bottom right. It gets shuffled at the start of the game, and also any time that you search a card, you search it for a card or cast a card from it. When you search a card, be sure to reveal it to the other players before you add it to your hand. If an effect adds a card to your deck, but doesn't say search, then you only need to reveal that card if the effect tells you to. Oh, that's interesting. I forgot about that. That's why. That's the ruling why you don't have to reveal the card you pick off of Ask Rabbit. That's the one. I was like, oh, right, that one. Between them, there are 4 slots in your rune room. Any runes except stadiums that you set or cast go there, along with the spirits enchanting them. If all 4 slots are filled, the only way to cast more from your hand is with an invoke rune. Those are allowed to replace existing runes and reuse any spirits enchanting it. Right, so you can cast stuff, basically. Limbo. Limbo is where cards and effects go while they are waiting to resolve. This zone overlaps with the field instead of having its own space. When you cast an Elustral or a rune and put it and its spirits into an empty slot in the appropriate row. That slot is reserved after each player has had a chance to respond to your card. It will resolve and move from Limbo to the field in the slot that you chose. For more information, check Limbo section on pages 30 and 31. I'm currently on page 17. Alright, we'll get there. And lastly, there's your hand, which doesn't have a specific place around the field. You hold it, obviously. There's no limit to the number of cards you can have in your hand, but be careful not to draw too many. You lose the game if your main deck runs out of cards and you have to draw again. Yippee! Alrighty. Obviously, beginning a game, you need to have 20 spirit deck and a 40 card main. 2 cards with different titles, kind of as different cards. There we go. Even if their names are the same. And that's it. You're allowed to look through your own spirit deck at any time you like. You can ask your opponent how many cards are left in their spirit deck, but you never get to look through your opponent's deck, so you won't know exactly which spirits they have left. You can just ask how many. Got it. Once your main deck is shuffled at the start of the game, you can't look through it anymore unless a card tells you to. Some cards have particular stats or effects based on how many of a particular spirit you have. Reveal those spirits to your opponent so they can confirm the number, but they still don't get to look back. Alrighty. Pick one player at random to decide who plays the first turn. Obviously, flip a coin, roll a die, yada yada yada. If you play several games in a row, the player who lost previous obviously can decide. Set your spirit deck face down left of your field. Set your main. Shuffle your main deck. Set it to the right. 4. Both players draw 5. If any player wishes to mulligan, they can. To mulligan, a player expends 2 spirits, then shuffles their hand into their deck, and draws a new hand of 5 cards. Players can do this any number of times until you're out of spirits. 6. The first turn begins. The player that skips their draw, or that player skips their draw phase and their battle phase on the first turn only, but they still can cast Elestrals and runes. The game ends when a player's main deck is empty and they have to draw a card, or their spirit deck is empty and they have to expend a card as well. If either happens, then their opponent wins. Remember to expend a spirit. You choose any spirit from your spirit deck and send it to the underworld. Phases. That's the more interesting part, right? Phases. Each turn is broken into 4 phases. Some runes or Elestrals have effects that can only activate in certain phases. If an effect doesn't say when to use it, then it can only be used in the main phase. Draw phase. Draw a card from your main deck. Skip this on the first turn of the game. Main deck, in any order. You are able to cast, ascend, or enchant an Elestral, or expend a spirit to draw a card once per turn. Change an Elestral's position once per turn, or once per Elestral on your field. Cast or set runes as many times as you want. Activate effects as many times as you want, depending, of course, on said effect. Battle. Send an Elestral into battle once per Elestral on your field, and of course, this is skipped on the first turn of the game. End phase. Effects that last until the end phase wear off here. Draw phase. First, draw a card from your main deck. If you can't draw a card because your deck is empty, then your opponent wins. Next, if a rune or a Elestral on your field has an effect activate during your draw phase, you can activate it. You can also cast counter runes now, unless they work when something happens. Your opponent can activate the effects or cast counter runes at this time as well. When there isn't an active chain and no player wants to begin a new one, the main phase begins. Main phase. During your main phase, you can do these actions in any order as long as there isn't an active chain. You can skip any actions you don't want to do or can't do. Obviously. You'll obviously do the things that you are capable to do that the deck allows. Do one normal action once per turn. Pick one of these normal actions: normal cast an Elestral, normal ascend an Elestral, or enchant a spirit to an Elestral, or expend a spirit to draw a card. Set a rune that isn't a stadium or face down in your rune row, as many as you can or want. Change one of your Elestrals from attack or defense position to the opposite. Each Elestral can change once if it wasn't cast this turn, and you can change as many of them as cast a rune from your hand or a rune that has been face down on your field since this turn has started. And remember, counter runes must be cast from your field. Activate your rune or Elestral's effects as many times. Got it. 2. Normal cast an Elestral. Follow the steps. Reveal a spirit in your spirit deck. Reveal the Elestral in hand that you are casting. Pick attack or defense position. You can cast an Elestral if it costs 1 spirit or if an effect gives you permission to use more. Put that spirit and Elestral into an empty slot in your rune rail. They count as limbo for now, and that slot is reserved on the field. If it's in attack position, it will be vertical facing you, or if it's in defense position, it will be sideways. 4. Any player can cast counter runes to form a chain. 5. If your Elestral is negated, send it and its spirits to the underworld. Otherwise, it resolves. It enters the field and its spirits become attached. And you can activate effects starting with when you cast, including its own. Hi, Daka. Some effects let you special cast an Elestral even if it costs more than 1 spirit. It's not in your hand. Wait, what? Some effects let you special cast an Elestral even if it costs more than 1 spirit. It's not in your hand, or it's not in your main phase. Got it. Okay. Those are multiple, quote, special casting listed things. Got it. I understand. They may restrict which spirits you can use or what position it's in. Follow these steps except that you reveal spirits until its enchantment cost is met. This doesn't count as your normal action per turn, and you can still normal cast. Brains. There we go. To normal ascend an Elestral, follow these steps. Okay, I don't think we need, honestly, to read all this. Like, I think we understand this process, but that's fine. Reveal a spirit from your spirit deck and choose as many spirits enchanting your Elestrals as you want. Choose the Elestral that's ascending. Reveal the Elestral in your hand that you'll ascend into and pick attack or defense position. Send the ascending Elestral from your field to the underworld. Put its spirits plus the spirit you chose in step 1 under the ascension in the same spot. Those cards are now in limbo, and then we do the whole kit and caboodle thing where they say, and player casts counter runes if they need to, starting chains. And 5, if the Elestral is negated, then sent to the underworld. Otherwise, it resolves, and then when you cast / when you ascend effects. Aha. Got it. My brains are functioning. You can ascend any of your Elestrals to any other, as long as you have enough spirits to meet the cost. You can even ascend to an Elestral with a lower cost. Oh, that's right. You can ascend backward. You can also special ascend certain cards. This follows the same steps as normal ascend, except your special casting, and it doesn't consume action. Aha! Birds? Crazy. Interesting. Ready, chat. What more do we have? After special, ascend to an enchant and Elestral. choose one spirit from your spirit deck and attach it to any Elestral on your field. Enchanting your Elestrals with extra spirits helps them prepare to ascend on later turns, or to disenchant to pay effects without being left with too few spirits. To draw a card, choose one spirit from your spirit deck to expend and draw one card from your main deck. There are also some actions that you can do several times during your main phase. Wait, what? Oh, duh. I'm like, what am I reading? These are separate, like, main phase effects. You set a non-stadium rune, place it face down in your rune road. Don't enchant it with any spirits yet. Set runes can be cast after the turn they are set, or after the turn they entered the field, and counter runes can only be cast if they're set first. To change your Elestral's position, switch them from attack position upright or to defense position sideways, or vice versa. Each one of your Elestrals can only change its position once a turn, and only if it wasn't cast this turn. But you can change several Elestrals' positions if you wish, and in any order, and even if you take other actions between them. Very good. I mean, obviously, I'm just reading the main stuff. First off, if there's anything I've missed, mostly everything I've remembered. The only thing I kind of forgotten is that you can ascend backwards. I kind of forgot you can ascend backwards. But that's a different thing. Mostly just because everything dies anyway. But that's a different problem. Yeah. Mostly because the second one doesn't always stick. And oftentimes, if you get to the third stage ascension, like who needs anything, right? To cast a rune, follow these steps. Choose exactly enough spirits to meet its cost. If they're in your spirit deck, reveal them. If you're casting an invoke or counter rune, you can also choose spirits that are enchanting any cards on the field. Right, okay. 2A. If that rune is face down, turn it face up. Add those spirits to its respective rune slot. 2B. If that rune is a stadium, send your currently enchanted stadium, if any, to the underworld. Then put the rune you're casting into your stadium slot with the respective spirit. Otherwise, reveal it whenever it's being cast from, usually your hand. Put it into an open slot in your rune row along with those spirits. If that rune says to target certain cards, choose now. If it's an artifact, choose which Elestral it's going to empower. If it has a cost, in order to work, do that part before do the part before that phrase now. But I'm dyslexic. I must be. If that rune says to target certain cards, choose now. Choose now. If it's an artifact, choose which. Oh. Duh. Okay. Got it. So this is the Sorlet, right? This is your Sorlets, your Boombats, and your like Aeoluses. Since we're talking about runes. And Hephaestus, like, you can disenchant yada yada in order to do such and such thing. Got it. I got it. I'm there. Yeah, that was just weirdly worded. That was weirdly worded, but okay. I understand now. I understand why it's like that. Let's see. Or any player can cast counter runes or add to the current chain. If your rune isn't negated, it resolves. For instant runes, you follow their instructions, then send them underworld. For continuous runes, they enter the field. If your rune row is full, you can still cast an invoke rune from your hand when you choose spirits in step 1. Also choose an existing rune to send to the underworld so the invoke rune can take it up. There it is. That's the other ruling. I was like, you just have to rip it, right? You have to take this other one off. And then still cast the one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it properly works in Clash yet. But, like, yes. The other one has to go. Like, the other one you don't get to do anything with. It just has to go straight to the underworld. Is basically how that works. Because then you will then have to basically cast a rune. And it's only invoke runes that do that. Basically, it just lets you realistically... If you have filled your back row and you have maybe like 2 or 3 spirits left, the ideal position, I think, is that it lets you click Ambrosia. Yeah. Because you also often don't have like a full back row, realistically. Most people don't play into the position that they get stuck with the back row having to think about that. But it's there as an option. Because also, like, you're just sitting like, ooh, am I going to get hurricaned? I might get hurricaned. Let's see. To activate an effect, choose an effect that starts with a you can or you must, or during a quote phase, you can. From a card on your field, misenchanted or suppressed cards don't have effects until that status wears off. If that effect targets a card, choose that target now. If it has a cost or anything in front of the words, in order to, do that part of it now. Oh, that makes sense. Obviously, the quote costs, yada yada yada. Gotcha. Oh, right. Do anything. Oh, right. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh phrasing of perform the cost. A quote. Do said cost. Your opponent can negate after you cost. Got it. If you act an effect, then a chained effect negates it. Your action and any costs you paid are spent, but it doesn't resolve. Usually, an effect can only be activated once per turn, but you can try again on a later turn. If a chain response makes part or all of your effect impossible to resolve, like if a target isn't on the field anymore, it resolves it partially resolves and does whatever it can. So, right, it resolves as best it can. Once an effect is activated, it is separate from the Elestral or rune it came from. Destroying or suppressing or making that card misenchanted won't stop the effect from resolving, only negating the effect will. Aha! Yes, he did. I mean, he spoke with, like, how many different card game judges? Like, there's Skyhawk, there's Coder, and there's, like, the Law YGO and a bunch of others that were just like, yeah, please don't make it miserable. Please, for the love of fuck. But here's the one thing that everybody loves. Is the battle phase. The battle phase. If you have Elestrals in attack position, you can battle your opponent's Elestrals. Elestrals can attack up to 1 time each turn. Follow these steps. Attack step. Choose which Elestral is attacking and which of your opponent's Elestrals is being attacked. If they have none, you attack their spirit deck. Effects. When a, quote, an Elestral declares an attack, activate, or effects that are when a Elestral declares an attack, activate, and players can form chains. There we go. 3. If the attack isn't legal anymore, like if the attacker changed position, or either Elestral left the field, you can declare a new attack or do something else otherwise. So this is the ruling of, like, say if someone nexuses from said Elestral that's being attacked or something like that, you get to redeclare. Gotcha. Battle step. Those Elestrals enter battle. Until the battle is over, the effects can't change their position. Wait, what? Oh, weird. Okay. Those Elestrals enter battle. Until the battle is over, effects can't change their position. Effects, quote, when an Elestral enters battle with, activate, and players can form chains. So that's your, yeah, that's the, so this is the Spectaris suppression effect, basically, right? Yeah. It's worded that way because it has to be generic and it's bracketed, right? That's why. Yeah. It's bracketed because it's meant to be generic and you then insert plug and play card here, right? Like, you can, when you read this effect, you basically are supposed to be reading, like, when Spectaris enters battle with an opponent's Elestral, performs such and such effect, right? Suppress said Elestral and then gain +1. That's why it's worded like that. It's because this is also the generic play guide, so that's why it's like that. When players are done performing chains, damage step, yippee. Calculate damage. If both Elestrals on the field compare their stats to determine the outcome. See next page, yada yada yada. If either is missing, wait, what? Oh, determine the outcome. If either is missing, then the Elestral that's still there is battling the opponent's spirit attack. Again, it's worded that way just for generic gameplay reasons. I'm like, I understand, but dear God. I also have a very difficult time reading. 2. Effects can activate and both players perform chains. Okay. If your opponent's Elestral is in attack or defense position, attack position. Compare both Elestral's attacks. If they are both equal, destroy both. If one is smaller, destroy this. If an Elestral is destroyed and had fewer enchanting spirits than the other, its controller expends spirits equal to the difference, even if both destroyed. Correct. Correct. This is basically the reason for just the math. Compare your Elestral's attack and defense to theirs. If their defense is smaller, destroy it. But if they're equal or higher, or if theirs is higher, nothing happens. No spirits are expended unless your Elestral deals piercing damage and the defender is destroyed. Righto. We do not take the difference in spirits if they have fat defensive spirits. When an Elestral battles a player's spirit deck directly, count how many spirits are enchanting it. That player expends that many spirits. If one Elestral leaves the field during battle, the other may still damage the opponent's spirit deck. If you're the attacking player, your opponent... Wait, what? Okay. If you're the attacking player, your Elestrals always deal damage this way. Oh, right. But if you're the defending player, then only your attack position Elestrals do. Got it. Okay. Effects, quote, when an Elestral destroys or is destroyed, activate during the damage step after the results of the damage. Or after the results of damage happen. Got it. This is the after the Elestral is destroyed or isn't destroyed or yada yada. Okay. Elestrals with 0 attack deal no damage. They cannot destroy an Elestral or make players expend spirits. I remembered that the other day when we were playing the when we were playing with the artifact stuff. End phase. If any effect lasts until the end phase, it wears off now. 2. Some runes and effects have effects that can only activate, quote, during the end phase. You can activate those now, or cast counter runes, or both. Your opponent might also activate effects or cast counter runes, or both. 3. When there isn't an active chain and no player wants to begin a new one, the next player begins. Interesting. Okay. Oh, the how to play guide? I feel like the how to play guide got longer than what I initially remember it being. Interesting. Nexus. Okay. And for the example of Nexus, we have Comalis up here. You can Nexus up to 2 Lunar Spirits. When you do, you can search your deck for a Spectral Elestral and add it to your hand. Yeah, I'm waiting for Dazed and Enrage, man. We're waiting. Some effects tell you to Nexus Spirits. This moves them from one of your Elestrals or runes to a different one. Nexus instructions always tell you how many and sometimes what kind of spirits you can move. When you Nexus, first pick an Elestral or a rune on your field and which spirits you're taking from it. Then pick a different Elestral or rune on your field to receive them. Those spirits are disenchanted from the first and enchanted to the second at the same time. Face down cards, invoke runes, and counter runes cannot be chosen in a Nexus. If the second card you choose can't receive spirits, or if either card can't Nexus, then nothing happens. So if you like mischoose, and then obviously then nothing happens, right? If the card cannot receive the spirits, then Nexus fails. Or resolves without effect, I guess. Foretell. Some effects tell you to foretell a certain amount. To do this, take that many cards from the top of your main deck, reveal them to all players. All players. Can you leave that open in case we ever do a Elestrals 4v4? A 1v1v1v1? Did you do that? I guess you could, couldn't you? That'd be a little weird. Like, when do you attack? Is that after everyone takes a turn? That'd be kind of cool. Reveal them to all players and then put them back on top of the deck in any but without showing other players. Foretell effects can also have additional instructions on what to do with the cards you've foretold. You take those actions after you've revealed the cards, but before putting them on top of the deck. You may end up putting back less cards than you have picked up, but that's fine. You do not get to foretell more cards to make up for the difference. And the example they give is Cryptaurus. You can expend a lunar spirit to foretell 3 and add any number of lunar Elestrals that cost at least 2 spirits foretold this way into your hand. Limbo. When a player casts a card or activates an effect, it goes into limbo so the other players have a chance to respond. This forms a chain. Chains determine order of actions in a game and allow players to react to other players' actions. If there isn't a current chain, the turn player can start one by casting a rune or a Lestral or activating the effect of one of their cards. Follow these steps on the appropriate pages, 21, 25. We already went over those. Basically, any of the instances casting or playing cards. Each player can chain any number of responses. Usually those will be counter runes, but sometimes a conditional effect might apply. AKA, when someone goes to cast something, Humbust makes you in the top. Is Humbust top 2 or top 3? Top 2. Once players are finished adding links to a chain, it is closed. No more links can be added to it. Resolve the newest link first and then the next, all the way down. So again, chain resolves backwards. If a link is negated, and then it goes to the underworld instead of resolved. Ta-da! Makes sense. Sometimes an action during a closed chain will meet a rune or Elestral's conditional effect. When that happens, its controller adds what? When that happens, its controller adds that effect to limbo, but doesn't go on the chain yet. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I was like, those are two separate sentences. Calm down, brain. Slow down. Likewise, if an effect tells a player to cast or ascend a card during a closed, they move that card to limbo but don't take any actions. Got it. When a chain finishes resolving, we have a round of field checks. If any cards have too few enchanting spirits, or if any artifacts aren't empowering an Elestral, those cards are sent to the underworld. If an effect is waiting in limbo, but the card it came from is suppressed now, that effect leaves limbo without joining the chain. Once done with field checks, we enter the response window, and the next opens. The turn player chains all of their cards and effects that are waiting in limbo in any order. Then the other players in turn order. Same. If no effects are chained and no counter runes are cast during the response window, then the window ends and the player resumes their turn. They were. Again, so just then resolve chain. Got it. Then you resolve the chain. Yippee. Okay. Oh, so also included in the play guide, I completely forgot. And the how to play guide is also the glossary. I was like, that's what the back like 10 pages are. Okay. But also included tournament rules. For players ready for the fiercest competition, our rules for tournament play are here. These are the suggested defaults, but organizers can adjust the rules for a specific event as long as those changes are communicated before play begins. Rounds of play. Tournaments are broken into several rounds. Each round, players play 1v1 games until one of them wins 2 games. Obviously, 3. First game, randomly pick one player, then decide whoever plays the first. They decide who plays the first turn. After that, the player who lost the previous game decides. Yippee. Side decking. Players can bring up to 12 cards with them in their side deck. They can mix in any Elestral spirits, Elestrals, runes, or spirits. But the rule that player can, the rule the player, but the rule that you only get to play up to 3 copies of a card applies to your main inside decks combined. Jesus Christ, I don't know why that sentence. Dear God. Dear God. Okay. After the first game of a round, players can swap any number of these cards with the cards from their main or spirit decks. Each swap is 1 card in, 1 card out to keep the deck sizes correct. After the round ends, players reset their main, spirit, and side decks back to their initial configuration before the next round. End of round. If the time allotted for the round ends and a game is still going on, then then after the current turn, the game lasts 3 more turns. Okay. At the end of the 3rd turn, the player with more spirits left in their spirit deck wins. If they are equal, then the player with more cards in their main deck wins. If those are also equal, then the next player to draw a card loses the game. Oh, okay. So if it ends, it would just be whose next turn it would be. Okay. I was like, what? That's that's unlucky, I guess. But also, like, statistically, that doesn't happen. With 3 turns of play, statistically, that does not happen. I was like, what? But you do have to have something in there, so that makes sense. Yeah, it's maybe happened like once ever. Advanced rule. Okay. What if a card... Oh, this is like a FAQ, basically. Okay. What if a card's effect contradicts a rule in this guide? If a card ever directly conflicts with our rules, then the card usually wins. Follow the rules for as much as possible, but follow the card's instructions wherever they disagree. In some cases, a rule will say that effects can't do something. Those rules are an exception, and they win no matter what. Oh. I think that's also in the complete rules comprehensive as well. Yeah, general concept. If there's a conflict between this document and a card's effect, the card wins the conflict. 1.1.2. If a card instructs a player to do something or allows them something in the game to happen, and a different card that says something cannot happen, then the cannot effect wins that conflict. So basically, if, say, a card was to say cast said card from deck, but the opposing card says a player cannot cast cards from deck, then the cannot effect would win. Okay, logic. A card's text won't always be up to date and might not represent changes in templating or rulings that have happened since printing. To read a card's most recent updated text, use the Elestrals official database. Got it. If a card asks multiple players to make a decision at the same time, or instructs them to perform an action that cannot be performed simultaneously at the same time, then the player whose turn it is, the turn player, does it first, followed by the other player according to turn order. Hi, Liz! We are, in fact, wearing pants. It is a pants day. I am wearing shorts. The NPG check is real. I am not just sitting in my chair. Okay. If a card says I choose up to a certain amount or a certain number, what can I choose? When effect asks you to choose up to or choose a number of cards or players up to a given limit, you can pick a number between 0 and that number. If there aren't enough of the right kind of object, choose between 0 and how many there are. If you are choosing targets, you make this choice when you activate the effect, otherwise you decide as it resolves. When you choose 0 cards or players for an action, that action does nothing as a result. For example, if an effect tells you to nexus up to 2 frost and you choose 0 spirits, this doesn't count as a nexus happening. So if you do or when you do effect won't activate. So basically you can just resolve the card without effect. But that's a choice thing. What if an effect does something to a card or an opponent, but there's more than one? If an effect does something to one card or to one player, but there are several that it could qualify for it, then you choose which one it applies to unless that effect says a different player choose. Yeah. That's the fail to find ruling. That's the for the resolving without effect, basically. And the next one is the ruling on whether or not who picks for laurels, basically. Yeah. This resting on your laurels can only be played if an opponent's celestial or if an opponent has 2 or more enchanting spirits than you do. Target and destroy the opponent's celestial with the least number of enchanting spirits. Yeah. 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 For laurels doesn't have a specific identifier on who picks the card if it's a tie. It just says the least enchanting spirits, and if it is a tie, then it's your choice because that is what it says here. What's the difference between an action being impossible and being negated? Some chain responses can make an action impossible to resolve. For example, if you attack an opponent's Celestial, but they cast a counter rune that changes your Elestral's position. If that response uses the word negate, then your action is spent along with any cost you paid. But nothing happens. Otherwise, if your action is an effect or a rune, it will partially resolve and do as much as it can, skipping anything that's impossible. If an attack you declared is impossible, it's canceled if you haven't entered battle yet. And you can try again. If you have entered battle already, check the pages 26 and 27 again. This is the battle phase rulings and stuff like that. Yeah. Or your response windows and everything. Okay. What does the keyword unaffected do? There are a lot of ways that one card can affect another in a game like Elestrals. Some are fairly straightforward and some are not. To figure out exactly what a card's unaffected by, insert quality, is protected from, check the categories below. Okay. 1. Cannot target or empower it. 2. Cannot perform actions on it, i.e., destroy it or change its position, etc., applying lingering effects to it, changing its stats or suppress it, or include it in a nexus, cannot negate its attacks or its effects, can use information about it, i.e., a quality source that counts enchanting spirits on the field still counts the unaffected Elestrals cards or Elestral spirits. Oh, so like if a card on the field. Okay, so like the number of enchanting spirits thing. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. 5. Can change the rules of the game in a way that impacts it. Quality source that says that all Elestrals cannot attack still stops unaffected Elestrals from attacking. Got it. So the this is the say like the Paracne ruling, right? If they're not the Paracne, the Flaracne, right? Say on a card that it was unaffected unless it had such and such thing. Okay, got it. I'm there. Why does Charcoon say it always counts as Circoon? Charcoon and Circoon are two Nexus forms of the same creature. The differences in how they look and act are based on the spirits that enchant them. This effect tells you to treat them like they have this. Any effects that look for your Circoon will also find Charcoon as well. This applies when building the deck, so if you have 3 Circoon, you can include Charcoons in it. Got it. We put this text in parentheses to bold to show that it's a part of a special category of passive effect. Instead of a temporary change to its stats or the game rules that goes away when it leaves the field, this text is permanently changing the card it's on at all times, even before the game begins. Think of it like taping a note over its name and writing a new one. What a very funny thing to put in a rules document. It's a very funny rule to put in in a document like that. That's crazy. That's funny. If an effect changes an Elestrial stats or suppresses it, when does that wear off? Usually effects will tell you what their duration is until the end phase is the most common. If an effect doesn't give a duration, then it works as long as the card with that effect is enchanted, or forever if the card is an invoke or counter rune. If a card goes to your underworld deck or hand after an effect starts applying to it, that effect stops. That makes sense. Oh yeah, no. the Elestrals team is fantastic. Absolute gold from them. Oh, goodness. It's when is damage? Rules or effects that refer to an Elestral's dealing damage means the results that happen when an Elestral reaches the end of battle. If it's damaging another Elestral, that means it's destroying it after comparing stats. And if it's damaging a spirit deck, it means making the player expend spirit. Do I lose the game if there are 0 cards in my deck? You haven't lost yet. It's okay to have 0 cards in either of your decks. You may only lose if you have to perform a draw from an empty main deck, or expend from an empty spirit deck. If you're at 0 cards but you can win without drawing or expending, then victory is yours. Why does ascending count as casting? Ascending to an Elestral uses this almost the same process as casting an Elestral, except that you have to send an already enchanted Elestral to the underworld and reuse spirits. You can also siphon spirits from other enchanted cards. This also counts as a variant of casting that card so that conditional effects when you cast it will still activate. Otherwise, some other cards would have effects that don't. True. If I ascend an Celestial, does it get to keep its artifacts? No, no, it does not. I know this one got a lot of people. No, this one got a lot of people. No, except for the new guy. That one champion of Hephaestus. That's who we need. Where's Scavical? Bro, get Scavical in right now. Scavical into fire artifacts. Let's go. That's probably happening. I'm gonna be honest. I don't need to worry about it. Sadly, no. Artifacts get sent to the underworld if the Elestral empowering them leaves for any reason. Ascending sends the empowered Elestral to the underworld, and the new Elestral is in the same slot, but it isn't the same Elestral. Can my artifacts empower an opponent's Celestial? Yep. Yes. Blanket simple. Yes. An artifact can empower any Celestial on the field. Some of them will encourage you to choose an opponent's Celestial. But you always have that option, even if it doesn't make your Celestial stronger. Or even if it makes your opponent's Celestial stronger. What happens when a card is suppressed? When a card is suppressed, its effect is treated like it doesn't exist. If it has any passive effects, they stop applying immediately, and you cannot activate its active or conditional effect. Note that if an effect is on the chain before it's suppressed. Wait, what? Note that if an effect is on the chain before its card is suppressed, it will still resolve like normal. Oh, so if they go to suppress and then chain and then okay. Chain resolving backwards. Got it. Some passive effects require a choice when they start applying. If their effect is suppressed for a while and comes back later, that choice stays the same. You don't get to make a new choice. Cards also lose their effects if they're misenchanted, which is a status caused by rules rather than card effects. Got it. Can an Elestral have more than one effect? Some Elestrals have more than one sentence in their effect. Usually, extra sentences will add to or change how the first sentence works, with phrases like "if you do" or "this effect can" to clarify. Or they could be completely separate active, conditional, or passive effects. Use your judgment. If it sounds like it isn't changing how the first sentence works, then it is most likely the start of a new effect. Basically, read the card explains the card. Okay. Plain and simple, really. What if multiple effects what if multiple effects activate or multiple cards are cast at the same time? If a chain ends and one or more effects met their condition, or if players were instructed to cast one or more cards, then each of those will be added to the next chain. First, the turn player activates their effects and casts their cards in any order, adding to the chain link, or a separate chain link. Then, non-turn player does the thing, yada yada yada. Chain links resolve from newest to oldest, so the turn player's cards and effects will resolve last. If an Elestral has an effect when it's destroyed, does that still work even if an Elestral should activate when something leaves the or it checks or if an effect should activate when something leaves the field, it checks that card what that card looked like right before it left to figure out if the condition. That means it refers to their attack and defense, spirits, and empowering artifacts it had before it was destroyed. If an Elestral was misenchanted before it left the field, then it had no effect, so it cannot be active. Obvious. We already read this. No, Nexus cannot be performed down runes. If an invoke or counter rune says to Nexus, can I choose the spirit chanting it? Clever, but no. When an invoke or counter rune resolves, it's in limbo. Oh, right. Even though it's reserving a slot, you can't next spirits to it, to or from cards unless they are on them. If that rune counts how many enchanting spirits you have, it won't count its own spirits for the same. Oh, this is the reason. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm like, oh, right. Why you can't just like chain stuff to the card that's literally not on the. When does an Elestral receive spirits? Elestrals receive spirits when you cast them, ascend into them, Nexus spirits onto them, or enchant them during the main phase. Because an effect says to do so, or because an effect says to do so. Most effects activate when an Elestral receives one or more spirits. If several spirits enchant a card at the same time, such as during a Nexus, those effects would only activate once. They can activate again in the turn if it receives spirits during another action. If a card changes my Elestral's position, can I still change it in my main phase? Yes. If your Elestral's position changes for any reason other than you changing it once per your turn in your main phase, and then you're still allowed to change it as long as it wasn't cast this turn. If it was cast this turn, you can't change it, but cards and effects could. And again, this is why you wait on things like Tsunami and stuff like that. What if both players are out of spirits but can't attack each other? If both players agree that they don't have any way of forcing the other to accept spirits, then they count how many cards are in the main deck. The player with the fewer cards left in the game. If they are tied, then the player draw the next card loses. Or whoever gets to draw the whoever gets to draw the ambrosia first and make more plays. That's what that really is. What happens when both players lose the game at the same time? If both players have to expend a spirit they don't have or draw a card they don't have at the same time, then the game is a draw. This doesn't happen often, but can be a result of a certain effect and artifact combinations during battle. One player is going to lose the game, but a chained card or effect causes their opponent to lose the game. The chained effect happens first, so it's not a draw. Oh. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, okay. Can I activate an effect even if there's no card in target? No. Okay. Obviously, you can't activate it. Was okay. Sadly, no. Which object you're going to target is a choice that you make as you activate that effect. That way, your opponent has the information they need to chain a response to an appropriate response, or chain a appropriate response. You can't cast a rune or activate an effect that needs a target unless you pick one now. If the target leaves the field or isn't legal to target anymore, when it resolves, your action is legal. It just can't do anything to that target. Any other parts of the effect would still resolve. If an effect doesn't use the word target, then it's okay to activate, even if part or all of it won't be able to possibly resolve. But you still have to pay the cost. That's any part in order to, or any part that's any part before the quote in order to, templating and phrasing. For example, you can cast Shield of Achilles when your opponent has, when an opponent's Celestial attacks, as long as you can expend enough spirits. Even if that Celestial can't be returned to hand, you still get it. Got it. All right. What is the difference between a passive effect? Sorry, chat. What's the difference between a passive effect versus an effect with a some active or conditional effects do something until an event happens or as long as a condition is true. After that effect resolves, the change it makes to the game keeps applying forever until the duration is out. Even if the card that created it is suppressed, misenchanted, or healed. Oh, okay. If the duration is already over before the effect resolves, then it does not start applying at all. Oh, okay. Hmm. And this is different from how passive effects work. Passive effects don't use all, they just work. Nice. Okay. If that card loses its effect, and then it stops applying immediately, and the same happens if it leaves the field. When it stops being suppressed or misenchanted, its effect starts applying again. Makes sense. I disenchanted the last spirit on my card to activate its effect. It still resolves, right? Yep. If you use a card's last spirit to pay its cost, it sticks around for the rest of the chain. The game only does field checks between chains. This gives players both players a window to still choose that card as a target for counter runes. If a card has too few spirits, but its conditional effect is waiting to go on chain, it'll stick around for that chain. Well, oh, I didn't know that. Unless the card says disenchant and then send to Underworld. So, just, as an order 2 cards. One card, Brummel Links, lets you turn a non-stadium rune on the field face down. This doesn't count as setting that rune, and it isn't changing from one zone. It stays on the field the entire time. Starting next turn, it can be cast like any card, unless an effect prevents it. But remember, spirits can't enchant a face-down rune. and can't enchant a face down card. Turning the rune face down will immediately send all of its enchanting spirits to the underworld. Also, some Elestrals like Spy Nymph, Rhine Nymph, and Arrowmare give themselves permission to move Rune Realm. That permission ends when they turn out. So, if an Elestral ever ends up face down in your Rune Realm, send it to the underworld during the next field check. Oh, right, because then because then face down, the spirits are gone. Oh, that's funny. That's a very funny ruling. That is a very funny way. How does taking control of an opponent's Celestial work? One card, Carry On, lets you take control of an opponent's Celestial. When that happens, move that Celestial and the spirits enchanting it to an open slot in your Celestial. You can't take control of something if you don't have an open slot. It also counts as your Celestial until you lose control of it. And it's in the same position and has the same artifact as empowering it. If it is your turn, then you can change its position unless it was cast this turn, and you can attack it, use it to ascend, or use its Elestrals, or use its spirits to fuel and invoke counter rune. If that Elestral or its spirits would go to your deck or hand or underworld, they return to their owner instead. If multiple effects change an Elestral's attack or defense, in what order do they happen? Oh, I know this one! I love this one! I freaking love this stuff. This ruling is so silly. But it's the order in which how attack manipulators, or like how attack modifiers apply in what order. First, any effects that set a stat to a particular number. Second, any effects that increase or decrease a stat. And third, the last one to apply is the flips, aka the swaps. Whale! Yes, it is the whale ruling. It's actually also the Fire of Apollo and a bunch of other stuff. But yes, mostly the whale ruling. YBTA, no make 3. Two or more effects that apply in the same step are applied in the same order they were cast or activated relative to it. If an Elestral swaps his attack and defense twice and ends up back at the starting That's really funny. So if you swap somebody and they swap you back, you're just back. Get swapped, idiot. That's fun. What happens if a spirit ends up in my hand? What can I do with it? It can't. A spirit can only ever be in the spirit deck or on the field or in the underworld. Any effect that tries to move it to your hand or to your main deck won't do anything. The opponent goes for a main deck. Or the opposite goes for main deck cards. They can't ever end up in the spirit deck, and effects that try to move them there will fail just the same. It's a fun way to rate that. Also, a card cannot be in the hand, deck, or underworld of a player that isn't its original owner. An effect that attempts that type of movement doesn't fail, but instead moves that card to the corresponding zone of the original owner's control. Which is hilarious. Alright. We got to the glossary stuff. So each this is the rarity one. The Elestral. This is the one I need to remember in my head because I always mess this up still. Looking at a card, just in general. So each rune in Elestral has a rarity indicator below that tells you how often the card is likely to show up in boosters. Common has the little angular things not touching. Uncommon has the proper diamond. Rare has the little diamond and a little smaller diamond in the middle. And Stellar has like a little cross at the diamond. And as well as obviously the Stellar icon in the name. Stellar Elestrals are among the rarest Elestral cards in the world. Stellars have a distinct color palette that sets them apart from normal versions of the card, and are usually numbered to show exactly how many copies. This makes each one a precious, unique treasure, perfect for dedicated collectors. Okay, and here's the one I am most guilty of fucking up. I fuck up subclasses so much. What do the symbols at the bottom of the card mean? The symbols to the left indicate what set the card was released in, and if it's a special printing. Elestrals will also have symbols to the right to indicate subclasses. This is the list. Okay. Fish. A fish-looking one is aquatic. The skull-looking one that doesn't have a jaw is eldritch. The kind of snake-looking head is archaic. The one with a halo is ethereal. The one that has like a V shape and a beak is the avian. The one that kind of looks like a tree is Golem. Behemoth is the one that kind of looks like Mega Alakazam. The insect one is obviously the insect one, and that's the only one I've really gotten aside from Bear. Brute is the one that kind of looks like a bat. Oceanic is the one with the squid. Dragon does kind of look like the dragon icon from Pokemon a little bit. The ghost one is spectral. The one with 3 leaves on its head is Dryad, and obviously Bear. Yeah, no. It's not typically a problem. It's just when I'm looking at it, I literally can't think of them off the top of my head. Now, mind you, it doesn't come up nearly as often, but like, you know, at least now in Clash, they're actually there. Now they're actually there. Okay, and there we go. There is all the glossary. Which I know all of. Yeah. They're like, can I get like a quick collection of what's on my what's in my deck? Okay. So the other stuff we're gonna pages. 8 pages in the effects module. 26 pages in the casting module. Battle. Although then again, the battle phase module is literally just covered in the how to play guide, so let's see the difference. Let us see. Flashes and Elestrals are always the most important, are always won or lost by or won or lost during battle phase, unless, you know, expending doesn't work. Liz, thank you for the lurk. Alrighty, let's see what's different. Huh. Okay, so let's see. To propose an attack, the turn player chooses an Elestral on the field. Usually that Elestral must be in attack position and cannot have entered battle already this turn, though some effects may overrule these restrictions. For example, Final Six effect allows it to attack whether it's in attack or defense position. And Blazer's effect allows it to attack even if it is already either entered battle or its attack has already been turned. Okay. Again, nothing new. After choosing an Elestral, the turn player chooses which timing and effects. Already gone over all of those. Huh. I mean, most of the stuff is covered in the How to Play Guide. Okay. So chat, let's take a break from studying. Let's actually play some. Why don't we? I guess that actually means I can also move to the Celestial Flash category specifically. Let's play some Clash, chat, shall we? Alrighty, let's rock some. Yeah, probably should read the counter rune stuff again. Like counter rune rulings and whatnot. Let's play some. I was playing a little Bears. What else do I want to? Oh, you know what? Let's actually play the End Titan list. I haven't played End Titan yet. Now that everyone else can play all the other stuff, I put the deck together. I just didn't end up playing it. Dun 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 dun. Yikes. That's a little better. That's at least a little better. A nice Spectaris and set 1. Yeah. Our fellow VTuber Log is quite a fan of Antitan, and you know what? I kind of agree. I am inclined to agree. Actually, no, I do. I kind of just want to make sure I end up getting rid of the whale. I am okay because I know the flip happens, and then like I do just want to watch the we just want the whale to disappear. I don't know them personally, but I've talked to them a couple of times over Twitter and stuff about thumbnails and stuff like that. They're very cool. Ooh. That is a tough hand to be. Okay. This is yeah. That's a tough one. Speaking of Ard buddies, I kind of needed them. Am I playing Rummagem? I do. I think so. Oh my god. What are the odds of that? All right. Man. And target and gosh. Okay. That's a problem. That is slightly problematic. Okay. Hi, Doppelganger. We'll put Demeter into play here. Equilinks. I should have set that, huh? That's unfortunate. This always happens to me when I play Earth. I never draw the cards I want in the order I want them. Oh, hello. That's a problem. I mean, there's not a... Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, do I should have sight, right? Oh, it seems I did cut Rummagem. Oh, what the... Okay, I did click Scythe. Oh, I was like, did I not click Scythe? I hate it when that happens. Okay. We're good. Alright, we're good. Alright, we do have some problems though, and that is we are so far behind. I mean, I think we just have to rip the, Let's get some spirits back, because we're, dying. And I've already activated Ambrosia twice. Yeah. I mean, if they have another Viserys, which is likely, that's a problem. Because they jump back up to 6, and then I'm, like, so not happy with what's happening. But it's, like, it's fine, right? Oh, yep, it's the Antitan mirror. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, we're dead. We're so dead. Yep, that's a... we were fine if they didn't do exactly that. The unlucky part of the deck, huh? Yeah. We'd have been fine if they didn't do maybe exactly that. Now see, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Yep. It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse for us. That is definitely true. I'ma just send our guy. And you know what? Since they put 2 down, I'll join them. Well, I'll shield just because it's funny. Is it optimal? Probably not, but I think it's funny. I think it's quite. I think people forget the Viserys is only unaffected by other by counter runes if he doesn't have the thing. Otherwise, what could those be? Alright, now they're gonna wail again, surely. Oh, what's this? I mean, they can have Festus. Oh, they might be artifacts. Yeah. They might be artifacts that are maybe... I don't know. Yeah. What's the search? Is it Torch? It's Torch. It is indeed Torch. Well, they searched the Torch, so it's probably not set Torch. Oh. I mean... Die. okay. I kind of think I'm gonna expend a draw. Oh, our friend. Quite literally the Yard Buddies. They're here now. Finally. The Yard Buddy is appropriate. Finally here. Oh, Ken Leo. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for him to actually rip it. Cease! Yeah. Okay. I really wonder what those were. Like, I genuinely don't know. Like, what could those have been? What could those sets have been? That's a possibility. Ambrose probably is a likely candidate. No way in hell I keep going first? I can't we can't do this twice though, right? Okay. All right. All right, I think we're okay. All right, Nobby, you're gonna have to do a lot of work here, pal. Let's see. No, like, is this worth it? I mean, they're gonna use this back row. There's no way these are bluffs, right? Actually, they might not. You know what? If they do, I'll still play it. I mean, show me the back row, man. Okay. That's fine. That's maybe the best case scenario. That's maybe the best case scenario, I think. Fire artifact. Leading the turn with fire artifact is certainly interesting. Apollo. Shield. Shields up. ETA seems pretty good. I think I'm actually gonna expend to draw here as well. Water, solar, fire. Probably just like good stuff. With some fire artifact as well. Or it's just, you know, fire artifact, really. Lucky! Do I care? Not really. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Go away. Cease. Okay. That doesn't really do anything. I guess you just move the spirit off of it. That's... Yeah. Yeah. They know we have stuff. It's the Kinleo. I actually don't think I care about the Kinleo, to be honest. If they want to do this, they can do this. It's fine. This is... I guess I could have PTA'd, but I'm like, eh. But also I can just do this if I really wanted to. You can just do this. It does suck, though. Because doing this does mean that I'm gonna, like... Oh? Okay. I could have picked necklace, I guess. Maybe I should have picked necklace. Because what did they pick? They did pick necklace, okay. So they did pick necklace. But then I guess it doesn't matter, I guess, right? If it was necklace, it was always going to be that way, right? So that's fine. Yeah. That's okay. I needed to see some of my ascensions, unfortunately, and then we just didn't see that. Pay for your spirits, bro. Yeah. Also, I don't think they played 3 Liar. Yeah. It's unfortunate, really. Actually, does that work out? Hold on. Hold on. That's 7, right? I got a 7. Unfortunate. It's just short. It is just short. Wait. Oh, I'm poor. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. We can do this. No. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's close. It's okay, though. Like, I don't think you need to be playing the Rummagem, but sometimes it would help. Because otherwise, you get hands like this, and you're like, damn, what the hell was Rummagem doing, right? Wabbit. That's fair. Jolton. Yeah. It's a matter of whether or not you think there's the value in going for the generic cards, seeing more cards versus the cards you specifically want. But that could also include the cards that you want. I mean, yeah, sure, dog. I'll keep my I'll keep my guy around if you only got one on him. Okay. Well, we found the buddies anyway. I could have done something else. Like, I could have Ard buddied. We could have gone for the bud. Eh. Like, I think it's... I've done that. I could have set a bluff necklace, actually, is what I could have done. Could have set the bluff necklace, but meh. Details. But then, like, if I do that, then I leave myself open to, like, a Thunderbolt. And, like, what's the point in that? Because, like, if they have Titano Strike and then I get, like, absolutely blasted, that's not very smart. Let's go for Vecteris. You know, I'm going for it. Damn. Okay. If I cost them the Gorgon, they Gorgon, right? That's fine with me. I guess I could have played this into attack position and then I gone for the necklace over it, so we do that way. But eh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had a feeling. I mean, it doesn't do enough, unfortunately. Yeah, so it was a misplay, but like, I would have needed to be in attack position. Yeah. We're too far behind now. That sucks. I haven't been wanting to play the Thunder decks because they've been so kind of boring in my head. Like, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, I know it's good, but it's like, it looks so boring. It looks so boring. I'll keep this. Yeah. Probably. I'd believe it. Might have topped the PNM. I'd be shocked if they didn't attack here. Yeah. Dear God, that's all the spirits for Aeolus, I guess, huh? Oh, it was Cobalt? Yeah, probably. I think that's okay, I think. Methinks. You know what? I don't normally go for this play, especially when I have the Viscerus, but I think I am going to go for the Nobby play instead. People very easily justify the Viserys worth their counter runes. Okay. That's unfortunate. I needed at least one counter rune, unfortunately. We just didn't have it. Wind Nexus. I think we're too far behind now, unfortunately. We are pretty far behind. It's Windburn. Ah! Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, that's how you say pretty bad. Yeah, I think I lose this one for sure. I don't think there's a card that gets me out of this. I don't think... Well, I guess Earthquake kind of does. Earthquake helps. That's for sure. But boy, howdy, am I not happy about this. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah. I mean, it happens. See, the problem is the deck isn't bad. Our hands have just been awful. I need to be, I guess, more aggressive with my mulligans. I need to be, like, more specific about it. Because obviously there are times where they will just draw better. That's, like, realistic. That happens. Okay. Now, this is worth keeping, actually. Yeah, I had that list. I might go for that one, too. Like, I had that list for a while. Actually, is that in my... I know some of the things a lot of the guys I play, like, or like I'm in a little group. A lot of them are currently playing like solar stuff and like water reanimator, but I don't remember. We had an Titan list. We had a different one that wasn't what I'm currently playing. Hmm. At least I thought we did. Hmm. Is this worth going for the second one? You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go for the second Astrabbit instead of going for... Okay, we got out of PTA. Sick. Excellent, chef. Second plucky, huh? The zoo. All right, Apollo's gone. That... We activating Zeus? I mean, there's not really a reason for them to activate Zeus right now. Wow. Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, let's get that one. Heal. Or... I actually don't think I'm gonna attack. I think I'm just gonna let it rip. Okay, that's fine. That's... Okay. What's the obsession with Larva Cell lately? I've seen a massive uptick in people trying to play NSL Larva Cell stuff. Is it just because he's a bigger guy? Like, is it new? Like, why are people obsessed with this thing lately? Just fun? Okay. I mean, that's a good reason. Oh, my scythe. Alright, so that's really bad for us, right? That's very bad for us. Why did they play Zeus now? They don't need it. You say only take 1 spirit of damage from that, technically. Okay, but how do I kill this now? How do we kill this now? How do we kill this? Alright, Earthquake, we need you, but obviously it's not looking like we're gonna get you, huh? That's tough. Yeah, I didn't want to say it out loud. Didn't really want to say it out loud. Yeah. Statistically, right, my math is to always do that. Remove the card and make it more likely to draw. Statistically, that is the more accurate play. But I have no way to know that, so. Man. Yeah, okay, dog, sure. You didn't have to show me that. Ah, come on. They didn't need to show me that. Alright, let's put something new together before we go back to studying. What should we put together? What do we put together? Ooh, you know what? Pig sounds funny. Pig sounds funny. I haven't built a wind deck in a while, so yeah, let's do pig. What's this look like? What does pigs look like? I mean, sounds good. Are we counting Arcolith in good stuff these days? Does Arcolith still count in good stuff? Is Unk still good stuff? Ambrosia. Do you play anything else? Oh, the champ, right? Probably the champ. He seems fine. Play the champ. Are we playing the Thunderstorm stuff? Like pigs in a thunderstorm, basically? Do you need... Wait, what's our Divine Searcher? Like, we play Plucky? Or do we play the other guy? Because we want to play Aeolus, right? Okay, so just rip it from, just be lucky. Okay, that's fine. You don't need to play the other Titano Strike. I think you just play this guy. Play like 2 and 2. Play the Thunderstorm Searcher and then do Thunderstorm, or 3 and 2, or like 3 and 1. I mean, he is a 4 at the end of the day, right? We play in a stadium in this. We play in Aeolia. We play in Actually, let's probably play some other wind stuff, right? We can also tornado as well. We can just play one tornado because it's just a card that we can draw. That's like okay. Do you even need to play Pent? Or like, is it worth to play Pent? Hmm. Wait, hold on. Actually, if we do, so we'll play. Play 1, 6, 4. You think? I can see it. I guess in theory, you're not gonna have to do that multiple times, right? Yee. It's something like that. Yeah, I think what I was going for originally is a little safer, but like I don't think you necessarily need it, right? Especially with Ambro, right? You can be a little greedier. I'll grab us a piggy. I mean, not that the tsunami does anything currently, but that's... Well, actually it does, right? Back to defense position. S-Rabbit, go back. Suck it, nerd. And Piggy to go. Big Pig. No, shield. Damn. That happens. Probably should have expected that, but eh. Getting rid of Edward's fine. Now we can just do it the normal way. Not that we have to do it, but we can. Sure. I mean, we could do it that way, but... Or we could do it this way and be funny. Yeah, that's why I thought about going to 6, and I'm like... But the games that you need Orca with are like, eh. You know? It's all a matter of perspective. Here, you can have your foamy. It's only a problem. We'd only have that problem if we had drawn, if we didn't draw him, right? Or we only have that problem because we drew him. If we just draw Ambrosia in the next turn, it literally doesn't matter, right? Monarch. What you gonna do, Schnark? That's probably it. What, do I know what that is? Yeah, Dracking, right? Yeah. My Titano strike. Arr. Oh. That's funny. We'll just get our Titano strike back. Now, see, what I could do is we could crash with the Misenchanted Chrysor. Is that the smart thing to do, though? Probably. That is probably the smart thing. And just even out the board state again. Oh, he does, doesn't he? That's a problem. That's a problem, huh? Okay. Yeah, I get you. I see you, Doc. The card draw does not like me today. Okay, but this does need work, though. The one... Let's do that. Playing the Plucky is not the good thing to do, really. Again, like, that's a matter of, like, whether or not that actually matters. And we'll find out if it does. We're gonna find out if that having the 6th does matter. Oh, I didn't change it. Whoops, it didn't keep. Alright, that's fine. I didn't save it. That's okay. We'll fix it next. I'll fix it again. I didn't click save, apparently. From... What do I want to do here? Do I just want to attack it? I mean, I can go get another champion of Aeolus and just have myself next for the next turn. Or I can just get Aeolus, too. You know what? I am just gonna set... Hell no. You know what? I'm just not gonna attack it. We're just gonna let it sit. We'll see. We'll see what they do here. Okay, we got them to use the Blizzard. Good. I could have said it, but I'm like, I don't think that there's a reason to. No, it's search your deck for a champion of Aeolus or Aeolus himself. Also, what the hell am I playing against now? What am I playing against now? I thought I at least had a read on what's going on. I, in fact, do not have a read on what's going on. I mean, this is fine. This is fine, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. It gives you the same menu for, I feel like it gives you the wrong menu, but okay. Yeah, we'll probably go up to 6. Six Thunder for Unk. This Blizzard thing is so annoying. Stop it. Chat, welcome back from the ads. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Like, why does Arcolith's menu give you the wrong... I feel like it gives you the wrong menu, no? Right? Fair enough. Okay. So let's... There we go. Oh, I need to... wait, hold on. We need to enchant some Frost Spirits for a daily? Heck yeah. Hold on. Bears. The bear. Let's play the Bears, and then we'll go over the Bears. The Bears. That is just what it is, though. It's the Bears. Frog the Jam, you're supposed to be in Yu-Gi-Oh! Wow, what a great hand. That's like crazy good, right? Alright, so first off, bang bang. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at this game sometimes. Yeah. Tis but fire and frost. The slug. With Poseidon's effect. Oh my god, it's Poseidon. Hell yeah. I don't even know if it's reanimating at this point. I think it's just slug. It's just doing slug things. Alright, hi Globby. Well, I guess he'll be able to reanimate, I guess, if he wants to. I mean, that's fine. Can you imagine if we draw like Hurricane off the top? How sad will our opponent be? Anyway. Back to your hand, sir. I'm greedy. I want to know. What if I find Hurricane and I, like, live my best life? What if I'm living my best life, Cat? What it? It's not. Okay. Harpoon. bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. It was Tsunami! Yeah. I'll cast a Narpoon. Why not? I do have Ambrosia if I wanted to do the crazy things, and I probably should. Probably next turn, actually. Yeah, we could still normal. Bears is disgusting. Bang, bang. The bear. That's a lot of spirits in the. Yeah, that's tough. Anyway, there's my frost spirits. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Back to the classroom. Let's get learning yet again. Alright. Let's go back to going over the battle phase document. I don't think there's that many things that are, like, super crazy. Maybe I should be looking at the effects one. Because there's some weird ones, right? Hmm. Well, okay. There we go. Well, it's based off of both, right? It's both based off of actual play as well as these documents. Which of these has an active Cryoling, Soul Bell, Arclith, Lamamon. Bong. Yeah. Cryoling has passive effects, Soul Bell has 2 passive effects, Arclith has a passive effect, Flammoth has the passive effect, and the Necklace of Harmonia is the second effect. Yep. Okay. It is but mandatory active. Yippee! It's really funny that that is an active effect, but yes, it is an active effect. Wait, what does that say? Wait, I can't even see the whole question. It's getting cut off by the header. Wait, hold on. Show me the tab. Okay, hold on. Tristan attacks Nadia's Viscerus with his own, and they are both destroyed. What happens next? Both Viscerus will activate. Tristan is turn player, and his will resolve first. Both Viscerus will activate. Tristan is turn player. His will activate first and will resolve after Nadia's. Neither Viscerus will activate. No. The only Tristan's Viscerus will activate. No. Yeah. It's the second one. Yippee! Conditional effect, and then they all resolve backwards. Yay! Excellent, chef. Second. Oh, yeah, it's because of the header. That's fine. Travis plays an Elichick in attack position. Well, that's illegal, sir. You're banned! You can't play Elichick while Nolan controls an attack position. Water Enchanted Hybufin. Hybufin. After the Elichick enters battle, Nolan calls a judge. That's what they do. They call a judge. That is, of course, not entirely true. No one could be playing a starter deck in which Elichick is still legal. But deck check. Travis plays an Elichick in attack position while no one controls an attack position. Water Enchanted Hybufin. After the Elichick enters battle or enters the field, no one plays Tsunami. What happens? Tsunami is played in response to Elichick's effect. The Elichick becomes suppressed and stops. What? No. B. The Tsunami is played in response to Elichick's effect. Elichick becomes suppressed, but since the effect was already... No. Tsunami is played in response to Elichick's effect. Hybufin's effect can't start applying in the middle of the chain. So the what? What? Hold on. Hybufin, you can expend an A or E. That is... Wind and Earth, right? Those are the designations. Wait, hold on. Let me look at Hybufin, actually. Hybufin, yeah, you can expend a Wind or Earth. Okay. While this Hybufin is in attack position, your opponent's defense position Elestrals are suppressed. Oh, that's a really weird one. So wait, okay. So it is enchanted, it's water enchanted as well, so it's... Okay, so its effect is act... Okay. I was like, what in the world is it talking? Tsunami is played in response. The Elichick's effect. Yeah, so Elechic's effect is activated. Sure. Elechic enters field. And then Tsunami is played. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got that. That makes sense. I got there now. I'm like, what is it talking about? Yeah, I was like, okay, Elechic becomes suppressed after. And I'm like, what does it mean? I was like, huh? Okay. I understand it now. I understand the mini quiz questions, if you will. I was like, what is it talking about? Hybufin and Tsunami. I'm like, what are we talking about? Okay. That makes more sense. I was like, what? Yeah, so it is. Yes, Tsunami is played in response to Elechic's effect. Elechic becomes suppressed, but Elechic's an effect to search, which was already placed on the chain. So, yeah. Okay. Like, what is it talking about? Talia controls a sundial, an Atlantis, and face-down altar of the stars. During her end phase, she tries to use the sundial's effect. Sundial. Sundial. You can expend a solar in order to enchant a water to your field. During your end phase, you can special ascend this sundial into Nomadial from your hand if it is water enchanted. So, obviously that doesn't work. Wait. wait. So, yeah. That just does not work. Yeah. Sundial has to be water enchanted first. Yeah. Or does it? You can expend... Yeah. Sundial's end phase effect is active. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute. Pause. It can only activate and go on the chain once it's completely satisfied, and then you can't then activate the other thing. Okay. Yippee! I understand. Learning. That makes a whole lot of sense. Alright, Tammy contains 2 Dratara. Which of the following accurately describes what she can do in this turn? She can only use the Nexus effect of one of them since each of them is an active effect. Well, that's not... I don't think that's right. She can only use the Nexus effect of one of them since each have an active effect can only be used each turn. After the Nexus is performed, both Dratara will activate and return. That's just C, right? So it's like if the two Dratara can Nexus, she could use the effect, the Nexus effect of both, since they are considered different effects. After each Nexus effect resolves, only the Dratara whose effect was just used will activate, because it is an active effect. Because it doesn't activate both, it would just be the one and then the second one resolving afterwards. So that returns like what, 4 spirits? Everything else just looks not correct. But you also just need the spirits, right? That's not included in the question, but yeah. Tina has a face down PTA and attacks Napoleon's Imfrix with her Mustation. Which of the following is true? Tina can allow Napoleon to special cast Imfrix from the underworld before having to change Mustation to defense position. B. When Tina activates the effect of Mustation, Napoleon can change the effect of Imfrix. C. When Napoleon casts Imfrix, Tina can play PTA and then use its effect to destroy Imfrix in the same end phase. If Imfrix is destroyed after being cast from the underworld, its conditional effect will activate. However, even if Napoleon expends Frost, he won't be able to cast it from his underworld again, since the active effect was already used in the turn. So... Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. So Tina activates PTA. Which of the following is true? So Imfrix. So when Napoleon casts Imfrix, Tina can play PTA, then use its effect to destroy Imfrix in the same end phase. Yeah, I think that's just it. I think that's just like superfluous information. Like, who cares about the Mustation? Yeah, see. Is unable to pass priority to Napoleon without her activating Mustation, because Mustation's effect is mandatory and bars its controller from passing priority if it still needs to be used. Napoleon can't chain the effect to Imfrix to do that, or to that, since Imfrix's delayed effect is an active effect and can't be used while there are other cards or effects on the chain. Correct. Both Imfrix and PTA are delayed effects, say to use them during this turn's end phase, making no additional qualification that they can't be used within the same end phase when they were first created. Additionally, as the Imfrix moves between the underworld, the field, and back to the underworld, it becomes a new object with no memories, having already used this effect, so there is no issue with it activating again. Oh! That's cute. That's a very funny one. That's a really funny one. So, right, this is saying because it's an activated effect, but they're both delayed. They're both active effects, but they're delayed. So, PTA and Imfrix can both activate. And so, when it goes to PTA to destroy in the end phase, it does destroy in the end phase. But then you can activate the effect of Imfrix to bring it back. That's interesting. That's really weird. 7. Urskote. Terry attacks Nick's Urskote with his Viscerus. He has a face-down dense fog. Which of the following scenarios is correct? Urskote's effect. Wait, okay, so when this Urskote is attacked, during the damage step, you can return the attacking target to its owner's hand. Area activates Dense Fog in the battle step. And then damage step after Urskote is destroyed. Neither Elestral activates its effect. When Urskote activates in damage step after being destroyed, since it's not on the field when it activates, there is no point where it can use Dense Fog to stop it. Needs to use Dense Fog before declaring an attack with Viscerus if he wants to stop Urskote from using its effect. That's not quite right. But I mean, yeah, like, why would you not do that? Like, realistically, like, why would you not just Scout? Why would you not Dense Fog first? That's just bad play, right? Doing the other stuff, I'm like, why would you? You have no reason to not use it. And the Urskote, like, what? Just Urskote first, idiot. It's like not entirely, but like the main reason, but like, yeah, obviously that's the correct answer because like you should just do that. Tess plays Flammoth, and in response, Newman plays a PTA. Which of the following are true? There might be more than one correct answer. Oh, okay, that's fun. Tess cannot negate the PTA that was just played because the effects of Flammoth cannot be used until the response would. Tess cannot negate the PTA that was just played. Because it only can be used against the effects of runes that are already on the field. The test negates the PTA that was just played because playing an instant rune is the same thing as activating its effect. The Flammoth can be used to negate the PTA effect end phase. If Newman uses PTA effect in the end phase, it doesn't activate, but it happens instantly, so Flammoth can't be against it. No, it's an activated effect, we know. If Newman uses PTA's effect in the end phase, it doesn't count as a rune effect, so Flammoth can be against it. It is an it's just an activated effect. Does it still count as a rune effect, actually? That's an interesting question. So, Flammoth reads, this Flammoth gets +1. This Flammoth gets +1 attack for each enchanting wind on the field. When a player activates a rune effect, you can expend 2 fire in order to negate that effect and destroy that rune. This effect can only be activated once. That's a really interesting. So, like, S can negate PTA that was just played, because that is the rune effect. In D, Flammoth can be used to negate the PTA's effect in the Which you should probably just do D correctly. Yeah. Okay. Flame of Moth activates in response to any rune effect being activated. Both the PTA arrow being played and its effect being used in the end phase qualify as such. The first is the activation of the card's instant effect that's bound with its cast, and the second activation is the delayed active effect. Okay. Ha! I like my brain working sometimes. It's nice. Number 9. Taylor controls an eddy and casts a rock in a hard place with 2 water spirits. But Neil intends to play Divine Blessing in response. This question has between 0 and 4 correct answers. Choose all correct answers, if any. Neil cannot play Divine Blessing because this rock in a hard place cast cannot be chained by counter runes. Okay, so Divine Blessing reads, this Divine Blessing can only be cast when an opponent activates an invoke rune. Disenchant from your field in order to activate. So Neil cannot play Divine Blessing. This rock in a hard place cannot be chained by counter runes. It is a type of effect that doesn't require card. It's on to use the correct spirits. What? Okay, that just reads horribly. B. After rock in a hard place resolves, Taylor cannot use the effect of Eddy because playing an instant rune without the correct type of spirits doesn't count as casting it. Eddy will activate in response to rock in a hard place before Neil has the opportunity to use it. And in D, even if Divine Blessing negates rock in a hard place, Taylor will still be able to activate. No. Wrong. It's all wrong. The answer, it's all wrong. Yes. All given answers are wrong. Effects that state the card cannot be played. Effects that state that the card they are on cannot be chained to are not the type of card effects regarding enchantment status. Got it. I'm so good at this. Let's go. Chat, I'm so smart. Let's go. Let's go, me. Okay. So, Talia proposes an attack with her attack position Viserys, choosing Nate's attack position Elegic, as the defending Elestral. Nate also has a second Elegic in defense position. Neither has any set runes or effects to activate during the battle phase. Which of the following describes the outcome of the battle? So let's see. This cannot happen as described. So, wait, what? Okay, so no. Talia is proposing an attack between the two attack position Elegic, the attack position Elegic and the attack position Viserys, which means both are destroyed because their attack stats are equal. Neither player expends spirits, and then Viserys' effect could activate. Let's see. Tarek proposes an attack using attack position center, choosing Natasha's defense position, Ampup, as the defending Elestral. Neither player has any set runes or activate during the battle phase. What is the outcome of the battle? So neither Elestral is destroyed. Cinder's attack and defense stat, or Ampup's defense stat are both free. So again, moving right along. Sarah proposes an attack with using her attack position Tectaris, choosing Nora's defense position Drataya as the defending Elestral. In response, Nora casts Gorgon's Gaze, targeting Tectaris during the attack step. Which of the following describes the outcome of the battle? Let's see. The proposed attack ends and the attack step ends. Tara may propose a new attack. No. Tectaris effect is suppressed until the end phase. During the damage step, neither Elestral is destroyed. No. During the attack step, that should be the battle ends, and that's the reason why we all just saved Gorgon. That's why we just saved Gorgon. Oh, what am I talking about? Right, so in the first question, right? First question is Viserys, right? So Viserys is actually 5. So, duh. But yeah, if Viserys was not... Okay. I don't know why my brain's like fried. I'm like, Viserys, obviously, I'm looking at... I was literally just looking at my numbers, and I'm like, oh, yeah. 4 and 4. But I'm like, obviously Viserys is a 5 there. Equals defense stats, and then C for that one. Perfect. Okay. I was like, why is that backwards? I'm like, looking at my numbers, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's sideways. Yeah, the questions are, like, weird, but I'm like, I understand why. But these are study questions, not the actual questions. We can't take the actual one on stream. Literally cooking. Hell yeah. What you cooking? We love cooking. Alright, so let's see. Question, or study question number 12. Tommy proposes an attack using an attack position Volcaries with 2 fire spirits enchanting it. They choose Ned's attack position, spark it. They're banned! Ban them. Defending Elestral, Ned waits until the battle step has begun, then casts fly during the battle step. Summoning. During damage step, Volcaries is destroyed because the attack stat makes it lower. I don't think that happened. Um, let's see. So how does this? I think it is just Volcari's effect is suppressed because they waited till battle step. If you don't wait till battle step, or if you go during attack step, that is the reason why Gorgon will stop the attack entirely. But if you wait till after, it's just the suppression effect because the attack has already been declared. A burger. I love a good burger. Yeah, okay. Ow. My allergies, chat. Okay. Theo proposes an attack proposes an attack using attack position. Galaxy choosing Nicole's defense position. Canostock as the defending Elestral. Nicole waits until the damage step has begun, then casts a Gorgon's Gaze targeting Theo's Galaxy before damage is calculated. Which of the following drives the outcome of the battle? Yeah, during the damage step? Why did you wait till the damage? Yeah. So that that legitimately cannot happen. Because you can't cast until the damage is calculated. You fool! You fool! You failed! Which means the others are completely illegal. Okay. Tony proposes an attack using the attack position Veritaqua, and their opponent Nicola uses Astravan in defense position, and a Majursa in defense position, and an Ursier in attack position. Which of the following can choose as an attack proposing their attack? 0 and 4 answers are correct. So Veritaqua reads when this card enters battle with a defense position Elestral. Suppress that Elestral and destroy it. If you do, this Veritaqua deals no. That's a weird one. But yeah, so Majorsa can be attacked because Majorsa protects your one Spirit Elestrals, so that takes Ursier off the board. You can attack Astrabit. And D is illegal because D is a direct attack and they still have Elestrals on board. So that's just A and B. Okay. Troy proposes an attack using attack position Jolton, choosing Nala's attack position Gigas as the defending Elestral. Nala waits until the battle step has begun and then casts a Tsunami. Which of the following describes what happens when Tsunami evolves? So this can't happen as described during a battle. Nala can't cast a counter rune that changes the position of Elestrals in the battle. B. Dalton and Pigas remain in attack position because they are in a battle. Other Elestrals on the field may change position. C. Jolton and Pigas are both changed to defense position during the damage step. Neither is destroyed because Jolton's defense is lower. Or D. Both are changed to defense position. Jolton can't attack while in defense position. The battle ends. The battle step ends. Troy may propose a new effect. No. None of those. Just B. It's just because they waited till battle step and not. They are already in battle. Correct answer B. During the battle step, Elestrals involved in the active battle cannot change their positions until the battle is over. This means that C and D are incorrect. However, players may still cast runes in an attempt to change the position or one or more Elestrals even in battle. So A is incorrect. Runes cast this way will fail to change the position of the Elestrals in battle, but may succeed in changing positions of others on the field. A bang bang boom. Let's see. Ty proposes an attack using attack position Bolt, choosing Neville's attack position Elichik as the defense Celestial. Neville has an Astrabit in defense position. In response, Neville casts an Altar of Stars during the attack step when it resolves. He chooses to Nexus a Thunder Spirit from Elichik to Astrabit to change Elichik to a defense position. Which of the following happens? But so for A, Elichik is sent to the underworld during field checks. Astrabit's effect activates at the start of the next chain. After that chain resolves, the proposed attack ends. The attack step ends. May propose no. B, Elichik is sent to the underworld during field checks. The proposed attack ends, and the attack step ends. Astrabit's effect activates on the start of the next chain. After that chain resolves, I might propose what's the difference. I think it's just B. But what am I reading is the difference? After that chain resolves, that the proposed attack step ends. Kai may propose a new attack or battle phase. God Bolt can propose a new attack this battle phase. Elecheck is sent to the underworld during field check, then the proposed attack ends. Oh, okay. It's order of operation. Okay. So yes, it's the proposed attack ends first. And the attack step ends, activates at the start of the next chain. After that chain resolves, then they can go back and attack again. Okay. C is wrong because you do have to send Elechick, and D is wrong. The proposed attack ends, the attack step ends. I can't quite see all of D. What is D? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so D says Godbolt can't attack again, but Godbolt can attack again. Reese proposes an attack position, or proposes an attack using attack position Necrof, using choosing attack position Waspire as the defending Elestral. There is also a Cinder in attack position after the Elestrals have entered. Therese also has a Cinder in attack position after the Elestrals have entered battle. Therese casts an Altar of Stars during the battle step. When it resolves, she chooses to Nexus a Fire Spirit from Necrof to Cinder and change the Cinder to defense position. Necrof is sent to the underworld during field checks. Battle continues and Cinder's effect activates at the start of the next chain. Neither player expends spirits during the damage step. Necrof is sent to the underworld during field checks. Battle continues. Cinder's effect activates at the start of the next chain during damage step. Spirits. I don't even listen. Necrof is sent during field checks. Battle ends. Battle step ends. Cinder's effect. Necrof isn't sent to the underworld until after the current battle is finished, so the battle continues. During damage step, both Elestrals are destroyed. Therese expends one spirit as a result of damage. Doesn't expend spirits because Necrof is granted. Well, that's so Necrof is obviously sent, so that rolls out A. Necrof is sent to the underworld. The battle ends. Battle step ends. Cinder effect activates on next chain. That's not. That can't. Because it's in battle step already. So Necrof is sent to the underworld during field check. Battle continues. Cinder effect activates the start of next change. During damage step, Therese expends. Oh, Therese expends 2. Yes. Therese expends 2 because Waspire. Wait, no, not because of Waspire. It's because of the damage. Right, because of the difference in stats. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Yes, it's C. Because you've taken the spirit off of Necrof, which means you've retained the spirit, but you are now taking 2 spirits of damage. Okay. I got there. Jeez. I got there. I was like, what is that? What are those? What does that mean? Okay. As for the casting question, Tabitha casts Nectar of the Gods at the start of her turn. After that, she wants to cast Astrabit. Is that allowed? Yes. Yes, the restrictions on normal cast only apply to Elestrals. There's no limit on how many runes can be played in a turn. Yes, because a play may perform any number of normal casts during the turn, whether or not. No. The answer is. Tony declares an attack with Spark It against Noah in response. Noah casts Tsunami. In response to that, Tony casts Altar of Stars, intending to Nexus a Leviathan from his Poseidon to spark it. What happened? So, cards on the chain resolve in order. No, that's not right. Cards on the chain resolve in opposite order of how they were played. Tony will be able to Nexus to spark it before the Tsunami resolves. Spark it won't be. Cards always fully resolve. No, that's not. And cards on the chain resolve in opposite order from how they were played. Tony will be able to access to his Spark It before it resolves. However, Tsunami determines which cards is going to affect. What? Why is it written like that? I mean, that's not that's not right. The chain resolves in opposite order, so it's just B. I'm like, why is it written like that? Like, why is it like that? What a weird question. Alright, 3. Terry controls an Arcturus and a Giraflora. He intends to normal ascend a Morlith from his hand. Choose all that apply. Correct answers 0 and 4. He can ascend the Morlith over Arcturus using a Flare Mine from his Spirit deck. That is correct. He can ascend the Morlith over the Arcturus using a Tyrantlus from Giraflora and a Flare Mine from Spirit deck. C, he can ascend the Morlith over Giraflora using a Flare Mine from Spirit deck. D, he can ascend the Morlith over the Giraflora using the Flare Mine from Arcturus. Or E, Morlith can't normal ascent. Would be normal. No, so it's just that should just be all of them. So, all of them, but E. Wait, what did I say? Oh wait, no, it's not D, because D you can't use D you have to still use something from Spirit deck. Excuse me. Yeah, you still need to use something from the Spirit deck, so D is off the table. That's why B is still on the table. D is not on the chat. No D. You're not allowed. Stop it. I know what I said. Trixie has Bolt and Elishik, and she tends to normal ascend the Bolt to an Astrabit in her hand. Only using the spirits on Bolt and Elishik is this allowed. This should be, I believe, B. Yes, to any Elestral, can ascend to any other Elestral. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, that is correct. Wait, no. Oh, no, it's no because she said you only use the spirits on field. Duh, no. You do still need to pay from the spirit deck. Got it. That makes so much. I was like, I just went over this. I was like, I just said this. Like, yes, you can ascend to any other Elestral, but no, because you still need the spirit deck. 5. Tobias controls 3 face-down runes and a Zeus that is enchanted with 2 Zaptor. He intends to cast Nectar of the Gods by using 2 Zaptor on his Zeus and sending the same Zeus to the Underworld. Yes, indeed. That is indeed true. Yes, you can use spirits on the rune you are sending in this situation. Yes, indeed, you are allowed to do so. 6. Tyler targets Natasha's Humbus with his Earthquake. What happens? Even if Humbus was destroyed, the Humbus saw the Earthquake activate. In the next chain, however, since the source of the effect is on the field, B, even if the Humbus is destroyed, it still saw Earthquake activated and activate and resolve in the next change. Humbus effect cannot activate because it was not there. No. It was there. It resolves. I literally we saw this. We literally saw this in. We actually saw this question just happen. Not today, but on Friday when we were playing the Judah Mill deck, if you will. Alrighty, let's see. Timothy proposes an attack using their Trifernal against Natalie's attack position Pigas. The only spirit in Natalie's underworld is a Lycoris. In response to the attack, Natalie activates Tsunami in response. Timothy chains Chain of Prometheus. How does this affect resolve? I have to read Chains of Prometheus. Hold on. My bad, chat. I just smacked the microphone in the corner. Chains of Prometheus can only be activated when an opponent activates a counter rune. Negate that rune and return, and that opponent returns a spirit from their underworld to their spirit deck. That is a funny card. Let's see though. Option A, Chains of Prometheus resolves, negating the Tsunami. As a part of the Tsunami being negated, the Leviathan that Natalie used to cast it is returned to the spirit deck. After that second half, Chains of Prometheus effect will resolve and will return the Lycoris from Natalie's underworld to her spirit deck. That doesn't seem quite right. B, Chains of Prometheus resolves, negating Tsunami. This moves Tsunami and the Leviathan used to cast it to the underworld. Then Natalie can return either the Leviathan or Lycoris to the spirit deck. Chains of Prometheus resolves. Negating the tsunami, Natalie can't return the Leviathan to her spirit deck because the negated cards aren't allowed to move to the underworld until the end of the chain. No, that's not right. Chains of Prometheus resolves, negating Tsunami. This moves Tsunami and the Leviathan used to cast it to the underworld, but Natalie can only return the Lycris to the spirit deck since the Leviathan wasn't in the underworld when the Chains of Prometheus was cast. No. So Chains of Prometheus resolves, negating Tsunami. Tsunami is negated. Removed from the field as well as the Leviathan. Then Natalie can return either the Leviathan. Okay. Then because it's an Omni get back, you get okay. Tristan declares an attack with his Hydrake against Nadia's attack position. Hydrake, what happens after damage calculation? Let's see. Both Hydrake's effects are placed in limbo. Since Tristan is turn player, he decides in the order in which they will be activated. No, that's not right. B. Both Hydrake's effects will be placed in limbo. Tristan's turn player, he will activate his Hydrake first, followed by Nadia. On resolution of those effects, will move a Twindra from the owner's deck to limbo. Then a new chain is built. And the two Twindra, where Tristan will again cast his Twindra before not no. See, both Hydrake will be placed on limbo. Since Tristan is turn player, he will activate Hydrake first, followed by Nadia. On resolution of those effects, move a Twindra from enchanting two spirits from the spirit deck. D. Both Hydrake's effects will activate, placed in limbo. Tristan is turn player, he will activate Hydrake first, followed by Nadia. On resolution of those effects, move a Twindra from the owner's deck to limbo. Then a new chain is built for the two Twindra, where Tristan will again cast his Twindra before Nadia. They will be able to use any spirits for these two Twindra. Yes. It is special cast. You are not specified to use which spirits. C. Why is C wrong? Oh, yeah, no. Because that's just not correct. It is a new chain. It is a new chain. That's why C is wrong. Trell controls a misenchanted Drataya and a Demeter. And decides to cast an Ambrosia. Noemi Noemi has no response. As Chain Link 2, Trell activates Altar of the Stars. At this point, Noemi wants to activate Divine Blessing to negate Ambrosia. Choose all that are correct. A. Noemi can activate Divine Blessing to negate the Ambrosia, since we are still within the same chain in which Ambrosia was activated. It's a valid timing to cast the cards respond to that event. B. Noemi can't negate Divine Blessing. Activate Altar of the Stars. I think it is just the first one, but I don't quite remember why. The entire chain in which the rune is activated is considered valid timing. Okay, that would be why. In response to when a rune is activated, the legal activate. Okay. The chain is not closed at Chain Link 1 or Chain Link 2, as both players must agree to pass priority in a single sentence without taking any action in between for the chain to be closed. And they didn't close the chain because they decided to go for Altar of the Stars. So. And D. Tanya controls Zeus, proposes an attack using her Voltempest against Nathan's attack position Astrabbit. In response to the attack, Nathan activates Shield of Achilles, Chain Link 2. Tanya activates Chains of Prometheus to negate Shield of Achilles. Chainlink 3 and Nathan activates a second Shield of Achilles, which correctly describes what happens. A. Nathan cannot activate Shield of Achilles as Voltempus cannot be targeted while Zeus is properly enchanted. B. The Shield of Achilles at Chainlink 3 resolves Voltempus' return to Tanya's hand. Chains of Prometheus at Chainlink 2 resolves, negating the first Shield of Achilles. Nathan had to expend 3 spirits for Shield of Achilles at the moment of activation, even if one of the shields got negated. C. Shield of Achilles cannot be activated at Chainlink 3. No, that's not right. The Shield of Achilles at Chainlink 3 resolves, so Nathan expends 3 spirits, and Voltempus is returned to Tanya's hand. Chains of Prometheus negates. No, it's B. He still has to send the spirits. B is the correct answer. It's legal to activate the second Shield of Achilles. We are still in the chain created in response to attack proposal. Since Shield of Achilles reads in order to, that means that has an additional cost that Nathan must expend 3 spirits for shield each shield at the time of activation. Right, so he's paying like 6 to rip this. As well, shield does not target, so it's illegal to activate. Okay. Yippee! All right. I'm learning. Chat, we're learning. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, chat. But I want to play a couple more games before we call it for today. Let's get some more games in. Let us play with the funny little piggies again. I'll take this. It's not bad. I should maybe play Exaltair in this list as well. Play a little bit of a Windburn package instead of some of the other stuff. But, like, this is fine, right? Like, there really isn't a reason to not be playing some of the wind stuff. Especially if you have, like, the Aeolus in play, and you're just kind of, like, going around. Wow, what are the odds of that? I think I did put a P-Gust. I might have imagined that. Did I imagine that? Maybe. I know I put the Tornado in. I don't remember if I clicked P-Gust. I know I put a 1 of Tornado because I thought it was funny. They always have shield. I swear, I blink and they always have it. Oh. Erebus, in the year of our Lord, 2025. Honestly based. I love rocking a hard place, dude. I don't, like, I know it's not the greatest card, but, like, shoot. Youch. That's pretty bad. Ambrosia. Give me those back. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, this really only just kind of protects my total a little bit. Not really, to be honest. But like, if they don't go for anything crazy, right? I don't know why they bothered to do that. I guess it's less spirits, I guess. I guess it's less spirits. 9 is very difficult, okay? 9 is a big problem. Nine is quite the problem. That's why we have Sorlet. Yeah. Pent is ridiculous. Yep. Oh, expend a draw. We have an expend a draw from the gamer. Interesting. You know what? I am gonna do the aggro rabbit. It doesn't happen often, but I am gonna do the aggro rabbit. The aggro rabbit. Fog. Set to. Oh, there's Nobby. No, sir. Cease. Alright, cool. Another whale. Don't think that's necessary, I'd say. I thought about doing the expend to change him so a Sorlight could attack over, but I don't think that's correct. Let's go! Yippee! We're up, baby! We're so back! Going second? Nice! This is a nice going second one. Ooh, and they mulliganed? Wabbit. Oh, interesting. They really said you better not have it. Okay. I mean, sure. Chat, which back row do we hit? Assuming we actually get to be able to do this. Well, there's one. Chat, we got one. That is one back row stopped. That is one back row stopped. And two more spirits down. That's really funny. Chat, you know we have to do it to him, right? You know we gotta do it to him. And the enchant to the Astrabbit? Okay. I mean, I'll do it again. I'll do it again, man. Will you Gorgons this one? Yes, they will. All right. I mean, okay. I know, and they already mulliganed too. Exaltus? Okay. Sure. Exaltus Ambro? I mean, okay. Sure. That's my first spirit to hit the bin, by the way. Will we burn more? Yes, they will. All right, excellent. Oh my god. Okay. Excellent. Sure thing, gamer. Yeah, okay. Going first, all right. You know, I think I might just go Titano Strike and just set one. Like, not that bad, right? Let me have my dash darn thunderstorm. And then I can AoS at any time, or if they put something on the board that I can soil it instead, or just nice with it. Blizzard? Okay. That's fine, I guess. It's bears. I mean, bro, do you have it? Oh, yes, you do. Alright, they have it. What the heck do? I think I die, right? I think I'm dead. I think I'm pretty dead. Actually, I just need laurels, right? Find me laurels now. Yeah, I need laurels. If we get laurels off the top, we're goated. Oh my god. That's really unfortunate they just had the thing. Oh my god! There it is! Alright, so here's the correct play. The correct play is the thunderstorm. Then we do this. We do get Chrysor, we just don't do anything about it. Actually, do I do it? Just so I take less damage in theory? I take 2 and, well, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Man, they had another guy. That sucks. Ow. Man. And we still had to limit laurels. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I don't think I can get out of this one, huh? I'd need, like, literally Earthquake and laurels, right? Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's just kind of brutal. I mean, to be fair, that's what the deck is designed to do, right? Maybe not turn 2, but, you know. I think we'll just go one little piggy. We just go one little piggy. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, in theory, we could cut out two wins, and we could just play Earthquake. There is no reason that we cannot just slot in 2 Earths for exactly Earthquake. There is no reason that we can't do that. Especially with the prevalency that Bears is played. Bears is very popular right now. So there's, like, no reason to not play it, right? It's still a one-of, you still have to draw it, but, like, I don't know, man. It does win you the game sometimes. It can just win you the video game. Oh, okay. Sick. I mean, I guess, right? But, like, there's a non-zero amount of decks that I've played that have just play Earthquake. Like, sometimes you can just afford to do it. Like, sometimes it is just what you need. Yes and no. Yes and no. I feel like I agree with you. The counter runes are kind of enough. Let's see. Also, a lot of our opponents, I feel like a lot of people have been playing Frost stuff. Oh, come on, dude. You know what? Fine. Since when did people start playing Rock on a Hard Place again? Stop it! Like, come on. Yeah, I guess. I just don't think the card pool is that limited, I guess. I just don't think it's that limited. The Sluggle. Surely they don't have a second one, right, chat? So they could have a second one. Stop. You know what? This might seem stupid, but I'm doing it. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, passion. There we go. No. You simply don't have it. And now you can't activate it even if you did. You know what? Why are there so many crazy counter runes, man? Maybe I should be playing. Maybe we should be playing some water stuff. I just have it, Kuribus. I hate my life. Ah! Fair. Alright. The solar deck just doesn't want to work these days. It is just kind of wide open to a lot of things, and I'm like, man, that sucks. Alright, let's play something else, though. I don't want to play, like, other water stuff, or I don't really want to play You know what? I'll play Blizz. Let's play Blizz. It'd be wrong to not play the Gamba deck. It would be wrong to not play the Gamba deck, right? You gotta play it at least once. Yeah, we had that conversation on Friday. Solar is unbelievably close. Solar is unbelievably close. But let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. I mean, looks relatively okay. Sucks to have drawn the Asprowl, but, you know, is what it is. It does kind of suck to have drawn Asprowl, but it's, like, not the worst thing in the world either. Yeah, we could just straight hit. Like, we could just go big hitters. That's 2 water. Yeah, 2 water on Nog. So probably water reanimator or something like that. Yeah, like if yeah, if we have to hard ascend that, we just hard ascend it, right? What a weird one. Set defense position Galaxy is interesting. I surely don't Hurricane just one, right? If I have to wait till Narpoon and do it again, like there's no way we Hurricane just one. Damn. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. He might stick, though. He might get to stick. Snowlet's a little guy. He's not the littlest of little guys, but he is a little guy. Okay, expend a draw. He should be okay. We're looking pretty okay. I don't know what our opponent's doing. I think they're confused again. There they go. Oh, wait, we hit Cedar. We hit Cedar. Okay, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. Cedar is good. Cedar is good. I mean, Tsunami doesn't really do anything for me. I feel okay doing this back row. Into the back row. That's fine. That is completely fine. We now just protect the Cedar Soar. Now we protect Cedar. Stop clicking my guys. They're expending the draw again. What are they doing? Dead ass, I might just Hurricane. Oh, actually, we play Brummelinks. I think we Brummelinks and Blizzard one of the back row, right? Like, we can just let Cedar Source sit here. Like, that's not a terrible thing to happen. Or forces a rune. And I'm like, that's hardly the worst thing. Yeah, you know, let's go for the stadium. We can just get rid of the... I kind of don't want to risk the Cedar to attack position. If I do that, I Hurricane. If I do that, that means I'm going for Hurricane. Because we want our guy on the board that much. Yeah, you know what? I'm doing it. Oh, Flash. Oh, never mind. We've entered battle phase because we ran out of time. It's fine. We'll do it next turn. We'll see what they do. They're digging for something. Bro, Exodia's not in this game. I know. Although now what we can do is we can Ass Prowl and we don't even need to Mountain. Oh, there's Foamy. Okay. If they do anything else, I think I'm clicking Hurricane regardless. I think I Hurricane anyway now. That's funny. I'm clicking Hurricane. They were shields. They were shields. Let's go! We got the Blizz! And the other Cedar Soar! Let's go! Let's go! Forgot the wind. My bad, chat. I forgot the wind. No, not the ads. Dun 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 dun. Hiya! Chat, welcome back from the ads. The foamy is gone. The whale is gone. And soon, most of their spirit deck will be gone. And I didn't set Tsunami because, honestly, it doesn't really do that much for me. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it. Oh, let's go! Oh, Ambrosia. That's the Ambrosia. No, my stadium. How rude. Man, it doesn't really change anything. Gasp. Sluggle for 3. That is annoying. I will not lie. But not hardly the worst thing to have happened in the world. Oh, which back row do we hit? Yeah. Which back row do we hit now? Oh, so now they've said everything. Let's see if we get anything out of that one. We might get a Gorgons out of them. Back to the deck with you. Let's see. I mean, the freshest set is this one. So let's hit this one just to see. That might have been the Hurricane Bluff. Honestly? Do I attack? Pro move, set Hurricane. I actually don't think I need to. If anything, what I can do is I can go Brummelinks Ascend. And then we grab the Blizzard, and then we just offset one or the other. And then we're kind of Gucci with it. There's Globby. That's fine, I think. I could have said Gorgon, but like, eh. I lose a Cedar Sword, that's fine. Or Catarant, like, again. It's fine. The Rise. What do they hit? Or what do they get? The Whale, probably? No, it's another Sluggle. That's probably actually correct.
They don't have enough spirits to do all the things. That would kill Blizz, yes, but they don't have a lot of spirits left, so that's what they're thinking about. That's for sure what they were thinking. They're gonna see it afterwards, but that's fine. Oh, they have a second one. That's why. Now it's Champ. Okay, so that's a problem. Oh, no, it's Foamy. Oh, Foamy into Champ. Probably, right? Does Foamy put it into attack position? No, it's in defense. I mean, they still have, like, another one, surely. Oh, it's Eddie from deck. Okay. Yeah, I kind of fumbled not playing it, but I guess I technically play another Blizz, so it's like not the biggest thing in the world. I don't have the spirit for it, but like we can just misenchant it and still does everything I needed to do, really. I mean, they still only have 4 spirits left, right? So yeah, I think we might end up losing this exchange, but gonna hit this one. Tsunami, okay. All right, and they let the Eddie go down. We're not in the greatest position, but we're not in the worst either. I've quite literally been in worse. Second Edward. So we have Eddie Shield. That's kind of fine. I actually let them Eddie. Like, that's fine. Like, it literally doesn't matter. We let Eddie's attack through. We shield. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to get rid of the stadium. That's the big problem. That is our problem, unfortunately. So yeah, I think that is unfortunately an L. Unfortunately. I guess I was supposed to put the counter runes down, but I didn't really think it was smart. But they literally showed me they had Hurricane, so I'm like, eh. Unfortunate, really. I mean, our hope is that... I mean, I could just draw Blizztrix off the top. There's another Blizztrix in the deck. Unfortunately, I really can't do anything about it if they just straight up just go globby, but like, that's fine. It's not fine, but like, literally there's no other option. Yeah, I needed something, so that's unfortunate. Unfortunate. But I do like just playing the deck. It's just fun. Like, playing Blizz is just fun. Like, even if you don't, like, get it to win, like, it is fun. All my homies love a little gacha. Do I mulligan this? Probably not. It's actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad, to be honest. I should have probably hit Lycan, but eh. Details. It also sucked that it was water, and then one of our main counter runes is Tsunami, so it literally does nothing. Oh! That's not good. That's not good for us. Apparently. Oh, it's Grim. That's why. Crazy. Big man. He found the snowmen. He's found them. However, have you considered going back to hand? Well, hi, Blizz. You're a little, early. Unfortunately, this is just really awkward. I don't know why the Morphrost Scorpion didn't let me do the thing to discard a guy, but that's fine, I guess. If they live, we just go hard Blizztrix. And I'm completely serious about this. But I had Morphrost Lycan in hand, no? I had this guy. I had this guy in hand the entire time. Could I have not sent Lycan? Yeah, I had... No, my opening hand was Morphrost Scorpion and Lycan. Might have been a clash thing. Because that was my opening. Yeah, well, that's okay, Glenn. We need big boy Uber. That's okay. It happens. If you don't mind packing an extra, I have one because one, I was already going to wear one for the cosplay, but if you have a couple of extra, just stash a few. Is pretty good. Okay, I can actually bring extra ones, that's fine. Hard Blizztrix! Oh, those ones. Oh, full face mask. You know? Or comfy. You know? Why not? Yeah, bring me one. Yeah, bring me one for the day after, for the day after of being the guy. I mean, this is a fine turn. They Gorgons me instead. Perfect. That's fine by me. And I get to keep my Gorgonzola? Sure. Chat, hey, no one ever see the hard Blizzchicks line. They never expect the hard Blizztrix line. Yeah, we'll bring it for the day after I do Geno. They never expect hard Blizztrix. Cease! We go hard. Stop! You violated the law. Oh, actually, you know what? I was gonna say, does the... Right. Just the Frosty guy does that, that's fine. We need more guys in the bin. This is really awkward. Oh, perfect. More guys into the bin, please. Excellent, chef. I would like to send more. Perfect. And now we can send back this guy and this guy. Well, yeah, that guy. And that guy. And they can all go back into the deck, and then I can get rid of the back row. Because back row in this game is deathly horrifying. It was Alter. I was correct to worry. I shall attack your abominable snowman. God, this game is so pretty now. It's very pretty. I haven't gotten over how the Spitty Galaxy discard pile looks. It's funny. Because it just goes underneath the text. Whee! Although they have like 6 cards in hand, and I'm like kind of sus. We're like kind of, we're kind of, Ambro. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this Blizztrix list is playing Ambro. Should I be? Maybe. But this is a kind of pedal to the metal, and we've gone very slow, unfortunately. I need that Snoutlet, bro. Where's he? Where'd he go? I need that guy to come back. It is kind of a brick in Blizz. Yes, that is true. Like, you could play one. I feel like you could play one. Oh, we have 1 Brummelinks in the bin. Oh, we're going real slow. An harpoon, no. I can't tsunami an harpoon. Although it's certainly a decision to put it in attack position. Two. No. Back row. Curses. Shit. Chat. This is dangerous waters. I'm scared. Why? Wait, why? Oh my no, my tsunami. Oh, yes! I'm the best top decker in the world. Chat. I am the best top decker in the world. Oh, the Cedar Soar! I'm so good at this game. Who cares? Oh, Cedar Soar, welcome to the field, I guess. You're here now. Excellent, chef. And we now have Aspral, Blizz, and a Brum in here. So we can do, boom, boom, boom. Yay! I'm just the best top decker in the world. What can I say? Just avalanche forehead. Sometimes that's all it takes, right, chat? You just gotta click the top deck button sometimes. Twin, is that you on my Discord messages? Okay, yes. It's the gamers. Okay. Cool. I'm so excited to see you guys. Yeah. Well, chat, do we call it there the good one? On a good Gamba spin? I think we call it on a good Gamba spin. But chat, thank you so much for hanging out with me for the study session. I'm so excited. Thank you for all joining the study session. We got the classroom out there. But yeah, I think I'm feeling a little bit better about the rules helper exam. I can take it whenever I want, so I'm probably going to study more. We might do another study session stream. We might just do another one, just because I think it's kind of nice, where we get to play and also get to do some learning. We'll take that exam when I feel properly ready for it. Maybe I should wait till after they do Dazed and Enraged, actually. We might have to wait until they do that. That might be smarter. Who knows? Who knows? Or we just do it now and then learn those later. So we'll see. We will see. But chat, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Let me get those raid messages in chat for the old Twitch gamers. And YouTube, hit the like and subscribe buttons. And for everybody else who hasn't seen, on the YouTubes, we uploaded a 3.5 reaction to the Honkai Star Rail special program. The audio is a little quiet of the video, so sorry about that one. I didn't check that one. That's on me. But I just kind of figured it'd be okay, because I just used my stream settings. But it made it really quiet for some reason, so I'll turn it up next time. My bad. Honk them rails. But yes, chat, we're gonna head on a little bit of a raid. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. Hopefully you all have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you all again tomorrow. Oh, by the way, tomorrow for Pokemon Emerald Imperium, they did release an update for 1.3. However, if I chose to update it, we would lose our ability rolls. Frick, I forgot to snooze the ad. Damn it. Ad, no. Ad's ruining my life. But yes, for the subs and the other gamers, our Honkai Star Rail is good. We'll be playing Star Rail whenever the new update comes out. But Pokemon Emerald Imperium released an update 1.3 for their new version, and they changed some things, and the only way they could change some things is if that would mean they re-randomized other things. It's because they changed what's in the randomizer and not. So there are a couple abilities that are no longer in the randomizer, but that doesn't affect the ones that we have. But because it does that, it would re-randomize all the abilities of our save file. So can't really do anything about that. So unfortunately, we will be running on 1.2, but that's okay. But the next time, if we ever wipe, we will update to 1.3. Ad ends in like 10 seconds, chat. I'm so sorry. I always forget to snooze the ads when it gets around this time. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, chat. I forgot. Okay, good. Okay, ads is over. Definitely now. So, chat, I'm so sorry about that. But yes, I was saying before, Pokemon Emerald 1.3, Pokemon Emerald Imperium 1.3 released like literally yesterday, I think. And I cannot update it, otherwise we risk re-rolling the abilities of the Pokemon we already have. So, in order to keep the abilities we have, because we have some insane abilities, including 2 huge power mons, I cannot update the game. So, we have to wait until we die again if we do that. But we're not gonna do that, so we're just not gonna die. We're just not gonna die. We're gonna win this one, and then we can update it and whenever we play again. So yeah, chat, have a great rest of your day. Remember to be great and do great. I will see you all for the next stream, which is tomorrow. So chat, I'm proud of you. Chat, whatever you did today, I'm super, super proud of you. Because I'm sure you gave it your best. I will see you all tomorrow. Chat, have a great rest of your day. Let's go find somebody to raid. I think someone's actually in the Elestrals category today. Let's go looking. Are they in the Elestrals category today? Is anyone else in the Elestrals category today? Last time we were here, we were the #1 Elestral streamer because literally no one else was live. No one else was live. How about Clash? Oh, we can raid Grim, who we were playing before. W. We literally played them. We was on the ladder together. Hell yeah, brother. Grim who? Exactly. Let's go. Let's go say hi. I can finally raid someone else in the Elestrals community. Let's go. Let's go.
Drew a lichen. That's good. What could I possibly need though? Let's go.
All right, chat. Go say hi. Go be pog. Go be cool, and have a great rest of your day. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.